sculpted in resistance. I'm the story they tried to silence, now spoken in every language of brilliance. I am me. Not your box to tick, not your label, not your limits. I am the in-between, the beyond, the becoming, and I belong. I am queer, I am black, I am able, I am woman, I am man, I am they, I am us. I am the heartbeat of humanity that refuses to be hushed. I am the dream of equality unfolding, the proof that inclusion is not a favor, it is a right. I am a summit of voices, a stage for the silenced, a table where no one has to beg for a seat, where your name, your truth, your love is enough. I am me, and through I am me, we rise, we are unfiltered, unbroken, unashamed, because we are not here to fit in, we are here to break through. We gather to honor, to disrupt, to dance in our dignity and demand change. I am you, you are me, and together we are the revolution we've been waiting for. I am the roar that will not soften, the light that won't dim. I am every child who was told to shrink, now standing tall in full spectrum skin. They try to erase us from the story, but we are the ink, the page, the whole damn book. We are not footnotes in someone else's glory. We are the authors of futures they never took. So, we speak, we shine, we stay. Not just for today, but for always. For every child searching for a mirror, for every soul denied their place, we say, you are seen, you are sacred, you are safe. I am me, we are many, we are mighty, and we are just getting started. Welcome to the I am me universe.
This is not your home. This is not your home. I'ma take control over all my bones. This is not your home. This is not your home. I'ma take control over all my bones. This is not your home. This is not your home. I'ma take control over all my bones. This is not your home. This is not your home. I'ma take control over all my bones.
It was quite I think, a somber note to end that program on and the opening of today's session. But I wish wherever you are right now, that you feel that this is a safe space, that this is a place that you can call home, that the people that are sitting next to you are people that can hold your hand and say it's okay. People who can stand by you and say, no matter what happens, I will be standing next to you. And I have to say, for me standing here is one of those moments. My name is Aldrin St-Pierre, and it is an absolute pleasure to be in your company once again this year. This is the 5th installment of the IME Summit. But I just want to quickly lay the foundation of why I say standing by you no matter what happens. Many of you may have seen a video of me trending a couple of months ago. It was one of the most difficult periods in my life and the most difficult period in my career. I survived that, but I survived that through the grace of God. But not only through the grace of God, but through individuals who said, I'm standing by you, even when you are wrong. Because that's what we require. We are human beings. I am me. I am the mistakes that I have made, but I don't own those mistakes. But I acknowledge that there are things that I have done which are wrong, and I stand here and I want to say in front of everybody who's here as well, I'm sorry that I disappointed you. I'm sorry that I didn't live up to the expectations that some of you may have had of me. But to the organizers of this event, Modern Centric Holdings, Modern Community Foundation, Zach Ravel, and the entire team, thank you once again for giving me another chance to be on this podium and still say that I'm a human being. And whatever I have done does not define who I am. But today I get to have this opportunity once again to be amongst these beautiful people as we have a conversation about what does inclusivity really mean. NgeZulu bathi akunamgqomo lapha enekulahlelwa khona umuntu. Rough translation, there is no rubbish bin that you dump people at, or in or at. It doesn't exist, it's not there. But what today's summit also for me says and asks the question is, what happens after? What happens after? What happens after the so-called disappointment? Sometimes, and I know for people who are gay and the struggles of the so-called, the coming out, and this is me and this is what I'm about, there is the so-called disappointment that is also experienced by the family. The disappointment that, but umntwanam, I thought uzongilethela abantwana by 5. I thought uzongilethela abantwana by 6. Well, Mom, I can still bring you those kids. I can still bring you those children if I want to bring those children. At the end of the day, it is about my choice. But I do also understand the disappointment that comes from the other end. But again, the question is, what happens after the disappointment? Because again, akunamgqomo lapha esilahlele khona abantu. Ladies and gentlemen and gender non-conforming individuals, thank you once again for joining us for this IME Summit. My name is Aldrin St-Pierre, renowned broadcaster, and I'm very proud of this young boy over there. I am very proud of what this young boy has been able to achieve, and I hope that my life is also a testament that no matter what happens, pull yourself up and walk the journey that lies ahead, but also identify the individuals around you that are able to assist you to get to that nirvana and what that nirvana feels like. And then when you come back, you must come and share the story of what that nirvana looks like, but also the story about the people that actually held your hand and got you to where you are today. With that said, I'd like to welcome Ravel Harris, who is the Managing Director of Modern Community Foundation, to come and give us the welcoming address. And a bit later on, we will have the keynote address that will be delivered by Advocate Litlogonolo Mokgorane. And I have to say, Litlogonolo, Advocate Mokgorane, sometimes they're okay with it, sometimes they are not okay with it. I don't know where Advocate Mokgorane is now on this. But yesterday, when we had the award ceremony, bear aware for those who went, yeah, you missed out. You missed out. But when Barry came to receive the award yesterday, Barry spoke about growth. And Barry said, for me, being here in this moment and seeing what's happening is testament to growth when it comes to the IME Summit. It used to be a one-day affair, and now we're looking at 2 days. We've got a gala dinner, and now we have this, but which is also testament to the work that needs to be done. And Advocate Mokgwarane for me is that, the epitome of growth, because this used to be one of my guests. Advocate Mokgwarane, please come and join me in studio. And they would come and join me and share their knowledge and intellect, and the response that I would get from our audience is incredible. And here Advocate Mokgwarane is today to come and deliver the keynote address. Appreciate you. Well done, Advocate Mokgwarane. So the panel discussion that we will have a bit later on is going to look at Pride in Progress, advancing equity, safety, and economic opportunity for the LGBTQI+ individuals. And then that panel discussion will be led by Kelly Mmabe, who is the director for the LGBT Forum. We will have a second panel discussion, which will be led by Dr. Thomas Ongolo, who's a senior advisor at the GIZ, the Germany Agency for International Cooperation. And the topic there is going to be Beyond Inclusion, Building Economies and Belonging for Persons with Disabilities. And please, if you are one of those people that are on social media, if you will be tweeting, TikToking, and doing this stuff, I don't know if you have a TikTok challenge today. We are using the hashtag #IamMe, hashtag I am an ally, and hashtag leaving no one behind. Because as I said earlier on, what happens after the disappointment? We are leaving absolutely nobody behind. Let's welcome on stage Ravel Harris.
Good morning, beautiful people. It is an absolute honor and a privilege to be standing here in front of all of you. It doesn't come easy. It comes with a great responsibility to ensure that what we do here doesn't just end here. It moves forward to ground level, to grassroots, to people who don't have access to where we are currently. Today, I don't just greet you as an attendee of the conference. I welcome you as divine reflections of purpose, strength, and truth. Whether you arrived here today with joy in your heart or with burdens unseen, whether you walk, roll, sign, speak, or express your truth in ways the world is still learning to understand, please know this: you are deeply seen, you are unconditionally loved, and you are meant to be here. The summit is a sacred space, a space where authenticity is not just accepted, it is celebrated. A space where difference is not feared, it is honored. A space where each identity, each body, each soul, each voice, especially those that have been pushed to the margins, is given room to rise, because this is about you. And the ones that are in here matter. The ones that are in here are here to create the change. We live in a world that too often tries to define us before we've had a chance to define ourselves. For those of us in the disability community, or for those who identify as LGBTQ, this reality can be heavy. Many of us have been told, directly or indirectly, that our existence is something to overcome or correct or hide. But we are not here today to shrink ourselves in any way. We are here to expand, because who you are is not a mistake. Who you are is not broken. Who you are is divinely designed by the higher power. You are not less than. You are a part of a holy mosaic, crafted by a creator who makes no errors. You are a light born to shine uniquely in this world, not despite your identity, not despite your story, because of it. This summit is a reminder that healing and wholeness are not about erasing who we are, but about embracing who we are with courage, grace, and faith. Here we honor every journey, every gender identity, every orientation, every ability, every struggle, and every sacred victory. We believe in the power of testimony, the strength in vulnerability, and the beauty of showing up exactly as you are without apology. So today, let this be a sanctuary, a gathering of souls who know that spirituality is not conformity. It is connection. Connection to yourself, connection to your community, and to something greater. Whatever you call it, God, Spirit, universe, the divine, higher power, know that you are already walking in alignment with it simply by being you. As we begin, I invite you to open your hearts, lean into the joy, the discomfort, the learning, the unlearning, the relearning, and the healing. Let your spirit breathe. Let it be a breath of fresh air to yourself in this auditorium. Let your truth rise here and let your voice be heard. It is a safe space. Do not be afraid to speak up, because you may speak up about something that somebody else is struggling with, and you have no idea how you may heal somebody else in that moment. Because you were never meant to hide, you were meant to live boldly and fiercely and walk freely in your truth. This is the IME Summit, and today we say it without fear, without shame, and without hesitation. I am me, and that is holy. With that said, I welcome you all to the IME Summit.
Remember is it preschool or a creche, we used to have that little recitation. And I'm going to try it again. I like doing it. I think it's just one of the most incredible things to just get the energy going. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Works every time. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, say, I'm me. If you're happy and you know it, say, I'm me. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know it, shout, I am me. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. It's nice to be here. Gumnandubala. Does it work in Afrikaans? Okay. Is lekker om hier te is? Is lekker om hier te Is lekker om hier te is of te wees? Om te wees. Okay. Is lekker om hier te wees? Is lekker wat? Ai nina nie Amerika nina. You will not make it to the United States of America. Speaking about the United States of America, now is the moment to come and celebrate our nation, our country, this beautiful, diverse nation called South Africa, with its beautiful mountains. You know, when the former president does the, I am an African. I owe my being to the hills and the mountains and the valleys. We have all of that. And on top of that, we've got talented people as well. Put your hands together for Manila Vontees, who will now come and deliver the national anthem. Our national anthem always ends on a note where you're like, is this where we say, happy birthday to, or hip hip? It's a very high note that it ends on. You can take your seats. It's a very, very high note that it ends on. And I guess it's also testament once again to the vibrancy of this nation. The other day I was invited by the US, it's actually the UK embassy. They were celebrating one of their significant days in the UK. And South Africa was invited, of course, you know, and there was a choir that was going to come up and sing our national anthem. And this diplomat standing next to me is like, sure, you know your national anthem is so long. Like, and it is very, very long, about 5 languages, but isn't it damn beautiful? How beautiful, eh? A national anthem that speaks to what we are discussing and what we are about, and that is inclusivity. See me, because I am me. Okay, there's a video that we're going to play, or is Manila going to come and give us a performance before we go to the keynote address? Okay, and we are ready. Are your phones ready as well? Make sure that your smudged camera lens is clean, because there's about to be an electrical performance. Enjoy!
to make it through the day. Pride and love, respect for yourself, and that's why I'm not looking for handouts, charity, welfare. I don't need stealing, dealing, not my feeling. No backstabbing, greedy, grabbing, lying, cheating, 'cause I've got a deeper love inside. I've got a deeper love inside, and I call it.
Round of applause, please, 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 please. Manila. Coco. It's in your coco tengeza manje, ne? It's in your coco. Coco, where's Manila? Tell him busy and speed. Manila? Yes? I am going to go and ngespit azong landa la phana ne phezulu. Okay. Cela ningivuleleni ke. Cela ningivuleleni. Okay. Okay, I'm back everybody. I'm back. I think I saw what could potentially be a TikTok challenge. Everywhere I go, I try to look for like TikTok challenges, you know. Did you guys see that Vosho or something that? Yeah? No. You must, oh, come on. Okay. Look at me. So, I just told the people here that I identified a TikTok challenge, possible TikTok challenge. There's this thing that you do. You go down and then you go up again quickly. Okay. What do we call it?
It's called jumping.
Okay. Okay, yeah, hashtag here's the jumping challenge. Okay, okay. Can we get some music, please? Can we get some music? Just give me a bit of music there. Okay. Does this one? Okay. 1, 2, and. All right. Okay, we're getting ready. We're warming up. This is a warming up part. Okay. No, you won the challenge. Love your work and love your energy. Ka, 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 ka. Okay, so now back to the important stuff as well. Put your hands together for somebody who I love very, very dearly, Advocate Mokgorane. Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And also, I don't know if I'm putting you under pressure, but geez, ukuhlakanipha okulana, IQ levels that are not at a room temperature. Very, very, very intelligent. Should I take it back? Okay, I take it back. Put your hands together for Advocate Lehlohonolo Mokgorane, who's going to be delivering our keynote address.
Good morning, everyone. Interestingly enough, Advocate is not a title. It's a work that I do. So if you want to call me anything, just call me MX Mokgorane. But many people like to say advocate, you know. But it's what I do for a living. It's not who I am. I feel it's very daunting to be here. When I walked in, I saw all these tables and I was told there are many important people in here. And I was like, well, why did they ask me? So I hope you'll be entertained. Being queer saved my life. Often we see queerness as depravity, but when I look at my life, I saw that queerness demanded an alternative innovation from me. I had to make alternative routes. It made me curious. It made me ask, is this enough for me? That's from one of my favorite writers, Ocean Vuong. And he seems to be in conversation with another favorite writer of mine, who is Jose Esteban Munoz, who says, queerness is not yet here. Queerness is an ideality. Put another way, we are not yet queer, but we can feel it as the warm illumination of a horizon imbued with potentiality. We've never been queer, yet queerness exists for us as an ideality that can be instilled from the past and used to imagine a future. The future is queer's domain. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. Thank you so much for inviting me to give this keynote. I'm a bit intimidated by the caliber of people in the room, but I'll try my best to keep you entertained. Today I stand before you to address a cause that is both urgent and universal, advancing LGBTIQIA+ equality in South Africa and beyond. It is not just a matter of human rights. It is a call for intersectional justice, deeply connected with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 10, Reduced Inequality, and SDG 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions. South Africa is often celebrated for its progressive constitution, one of the first in the world to explicitly prohibit discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. Our legal framework is a beacon of hope, enshrining equality and dignity for all. Yet, the lived experiences of many LGBTIQ+ South Africans tells a different story, one marked with violence, exclusion, and systemic barriers. To truly advance equality, we must embrace intersectionality. Coined by my mentor and Professor Kimberly Crenshaw, intersectionality reminds us that peoples experience oppression in varying configurations and degrees of intensity. A Black lesbian woman who lives in a rural area faces different, often compounded challenges compared to a white man in an urban center. Gender, race, class, disability, and geography intersect to shape experiences of discrimination. SDG 10 calls us to reduce inequalities within and among countries. For LGBTIQ+ people, this means more than just legal rights. It means access to healthcare free of stigma, education free of bullying, and employment opportunities based on merits, not identity. It means addressing the economic disparity that disproportionately affects LGBTIQ+ youth, especially those who are homeless or living with HIV. SDG 16 urges us to build peaceful, just, and inclusive societies. For LGBTI communities, justice is not just about punishing hate crimes, it's about preventing them. It's about ensuring that the police, healthcare workers, and educators are trained to serve everyone with respect. Strong institutions are those that protect the most vulnerable, amplifying marginalized voices and holding perpetrators of discrimination accountable. I spoke about how progressive our Constitution is, but despite this progress, challenges remain. As of 2025, anti-queer legislation remains a significant barrier to equality and safety for LGBTIQA+ individuals in many parts of the world. Despite progress in some countries, more than 60 nations still criminalize same-sex relationships, with penalties ranging from fines and imprisonments to, in some cases, the death penalty. Recent years has seen a troubling resurgence of anti-LGBTI laws, particularly in parts of Africa, Eastern Europe, the United States of America, and the Middle East. In 2023 and 2024, several countries introduced or strengthened laws that restrict LGBTI rights. For example, Uganda passed the Anti-Homosexuality Act, imposing harsh penalties for same-sex relationships and even criminalizing advocacy for LGBTI rights. Russia expanded its so-called propaganda law, furthering limiting freedom of expression and access to information about LGBTIQ+ people. And in some US states, new legislation has targeted transgender youth, restricting access to gender-affirming healthcare and participation in sports. These laws not only endanger the lives and well-being of LGBTI individuals, but also foster an environment of fear, discrimination, and violence. They undermine international human rights standards and hinder progress towards global equality. It is crucial for the international community to stand in solidarity with those affected by LGBTI anti-queer legislation, advocate for the repealing of such discriminatory laws, and supporting grassroots movement for fighting for justice and dignity worldwide. Hate crimes, so-called corrective rape. I pause here to talk about the problematic use of the term corrective rape. The term corrective rape is harmful because it implies that there's something wrong about a person, often their sexual orientation or their gender identity, that needs to be corrected. This is not only false, but deeply offensive and dangerous. The phrase frames a violent criminal act as if it's a purpose or justification, which minimizes the severity of crime and the trauma experienced by survivors. Using the term can also perpetuate stigma and reinforce harmful stereotypes about LGBTI individuals. It shifts the focus away from the fact that rape is always an act of violence and violation, never a means of correction. Instead, it is important to call such acts as they are: hate crimes, punitive rape, or sexual violence. By choosing our language carefully, we show respect for survivors and help challenge the prejudices that fuel such violence. Let's commit to using language that affirms people's dignity and humanity. Many LGBT individuals are forced to hide their identity, fearing violence or rejection. Transgender and gender-diverse persons face hardships from accessing gender-affirming healthcare to obtaining legal gender recognition. I want to spend a moment to talk about a term I've written about academically. It's called the second closet. The term the second closet refers to the experiences of LGBTI individuals who invite people in about their sexual orientation, then feel compelled to hide who or remain silent about other aspects of their identity, most commonly the experiences of trauma and sexual violence or abuse. For example, in some communities, survivors of violence may feel unable to speak about what happened to them due to stigma, fear of disbelief, or additional discrimination. In the paper, I speak about the idea of a lesbian woman who went to go report a crime, and the police asked, "Why are women beating each other? You see, if you were with a man, this wouldn't be a problem." This creates a second closet where people must conceal their trauma of victimization even after inviting people in about their sexuality and gender identity. In the workplace, in a forthcoming paper, I term a thing called acting straight. Acting straight is constituted by a range of gendered ways of being, including how one dresses, how one speaks, and how one styles their hair, which inhibits people to be truly who they are in a workplace because they need to act straight, which is really harmful. These concepts highlight how intersecting forms of oppression, such as homophobia, transphobia, and sexual violence, and everyday violence, can force individuals to hide parts of themselves for safety or acceptance. It's a call to create safer, more supportive environments where people can share their full stories without fear or shame. But there's hope. Civil society organizations, activists, and allies are working tirelessly to create safe spaces to provide support and advocate for policy change. Regionally and global solidarity movements are amplifying our voices, reminding us that our struggles are interconnected. Despite South Africa's legal progressive program, hate crimes against LGBTI individuals remain alarmingly prevalent. As of mid-2021, the National Task Team for LGBTI Persons reported 42 pending hate crime cases, 30 murders, and 12 rapes across various provinces. The Western Cape alone has recorded 9 murders and 3 rapes, while Gauteng has reported 5 murders and 6 rapes. It is important to note that these numbers are underrepresenting the true scale of the problem, as studies show that approximately 88% of LGBTI individuals do not report hate crimes against them, often due to distrust in the justice system and fear of the second closet. In response to this crisis, the South African government and parliament enacted the Prevention and the Combating of Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Act in 2024, aiming to strengthen protection for individual communities, including LGBTI+ people. However, legal forms alone are not enough. Societal attitudes and systemic challenges continue to fuel violence and discrimination. Our collective action remains crucial to ensure safety and dignity and justice for all. I want to speak a little bit about the importance of mental health in the LGBTI community. Mental health is a crucial yet overlooked aspect of LGBTIQ+ equality. Members of the LGBTI community face unique stresses, including discrimination, social exclusion, and the threat of violence, all of which can be compounding and a profound effect on their mental well-being. Studies consistently show that LGBTI individuals are at a higher risk of depression, anxiety, suicide ideation compared to the general population. The stigma surrounding both mental health and LGBTIQ+ identities can make it difficult for individuals to ask for help. Many fear judgment or lack of cultural competent care. For those who are also navigating other intersecting identities such as race, disability, or economic hardship, the challenges can be even greater. It is essential to create safe, affirming spaces for LGBTI persons can access mental health support without fear of discrimination. This includes training healthcare workers, integrating healthcare education into schools, and supporting community organizations that offer counseling and peer support. Prioritizing mental health is not just about treating illnesses. It is about fostering resilience, self-acceptance, and a sense of belonging. By addressing mental health needs, we empower LGBTIQ+ individuals to strive and continue to contribute freely to society. I want to spend a moment speaking about the landscape of LGBTIQ+ rights in 2025, reflecting both on progress and ongoing challenges. I'll start with the United Nations. On July 7, 2025, The UN Human Rights Council renewed the mandate for the South African scholar Graham Reed as an expert on LGBTI rights, despite shifting US policies and other countries' withdrawal from the council. In Europe, Hungary has passed a banning law assembly that promotes or displays homosexuality to minors, effectively prohibiting pride marches and imposing fines or prison sentences for organizing. In contrast, Lithuania's constitutional court has ruled the lack of legal gender recognition for same-sex partnership was unconstitutional, paving a way for civil partners for same-sex couples. In Asia, Thailand made history in January 2025 by legalizing same-sex marriages, becoming the first Southeast Asian nation to do so. North America, the US Supreme Court upheld a Texan law banning gender-affirming care for minors, and Puerto Rico enacted a similar ban for individuals under 21, with severe penalties for healthcare providers. These developments highlight the ongoing struggle for equality, with significant victories in some regions and setbacks in others. The global LGBTIQ+A community continues to advocate for justice, legal recognition, and protection from discrimination. So what can we do? We can strengthen legal protections. Laws must not only exist on paper, but must be enforced in practice. We need comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation and hate crime laws that protect all LGBTI persons. We must promote inclusive education. Schools must be a safe space where diversity is celebrated. Curricula should include positive representation of LGBTIQ+ people and address issues like bullying and mental health. Ensure access to healthcare. Healthcare providers must be trained to offer competent, compassionate care to LGBTI persons, including mental health and HIV services. Support economic empowerment. We must create pathways for LGBTQI+ individuals to access jobs, housing, and entrepreneurship opportunities. Foster regional and global solidarity. South Africa can lead by example, supporting LGBTI rights across the continent and its international forums. I wanted to also speak about the use of pronouns. I'm non-binary, so my pronouns are they and them, but I tell you every single day of my life I'm misgendered. Respecting and correctly using pronouns is a fundamental way to affirm someone's identity and dignity of all individuals. For many LGBTI persons, pronouns are deeply tied to their gender identity, which may already be under threat due to some systemic discrimination. Why do pronouns matter? I want to highlight the importance of pronouns in the workplace. Using the correct pronouns is a simple yet powerful way to show respect for each other's identities. It creates an environment where everyone feels seen, valued, and included. For example, when we introduce ourselves with our pronouns and ask other people for theirs, we signal that we care about each person's identity. If a colleague is named Alex, uses they, them pronouns, using those pronouns in conversation shows that we respect who Alex is. On the other hand, using incorrect pronouns, even unintentionally, can make someone feel excluded and disrespected, and often can lead to mental health. The impact of using correct pronouns goes beyond a simple courtesy. For many people, myself included, being addressed by the correct pronouns affirms my identity and helps us feel safe and accepted in a place of work. It boosts our confidence, it improves our mental well-being, and encourages people to bring their authentic selves to the workplace. Conversely, being misgendered can lead to feelings of isolation, anxiety, and even impact job performance. When we use the right pronouns, we acknowledge each person's individuality and dignity. This is not only fosters trust and collaboration, but also strengthens team culture. It's a small step that can make a big difference in making our workplace welcoming for all. I wanted to speak about another term which I find problematic, allyship. And I wasn't going to do this, but Aldrin then mentioned I am an ally, and I was like, oh, okay, now I need to enter this terrain. So the term allyship is problematic because oftentimes people who are allies are performative. Sometimes allyship is reduced to symbolic gestures, i.e. social media posts, wearing pride flags, without meaningful action or risk. This can allow individuals or organizations to appear supportive without challenging systems of oppression or making real change. The term can inadvertently shift focus from the marginalized community to the ally, making the ally's feelings, learnings, or reputation the center of attention rather than the needs and the voices of those who are directly affected. Allyship often seems to lack accountability. It's often self-identified. No one gives it to you, just take it. You're like, hey, I'm an ally. With very little accountability to the community one claims to support. True solidarity requires ongoing learning, listening, and willingness to be corrected. Some allies may only support when it's convenient or socially awarding rather than standing up in difficult or tricky situations. Allies sometimes speak over and for marginalized people rather than amplifying their voices and experiences. Now, of course, you're asking me, what do I use now that you've just told me using ally is bad? I like to think about queerness as deviance, right? And I like to think about the idea of performing some kind of crime. And in order to perform this crime, I think what we need to do is have accomplices and co-conspirators. So when you're an accomplice and a co-conspirator, I'm robbing a bank, you're driving the getaway car. That is what we need as LGBTI persons. So before you think of calling yourself an ally, think, maybe I don't want to be an ally and be performative, but what I want to be is a conspirator. I want to commit a crime with this person. As we reflect on the journey towards LGBTI equality, it is clear that our work is far from over. These stories, statistics, and recent developments shared here remind us that progress is possible, but it's neither inevitable or universal. Every step forward is a result of courage, solidarity, and relentless advocacy in the face of adversity. Let us remember that advancing LGBTIQ+ rights is not just about changing laws, it's about transforming hearts, minds, and society. It's about building a world where every person, regardless of their sexual orientation, gender, identity, or expression, can live openly, safely, and with dignity. We must continue to challenge injustice wherever it exists, support those who are most vulnerable, and celebrate the diversity that enriches our community. By standing together across borders, across identities and generations, we can create a future where equality is not just a privilege for the few, but a reality for all. Let us commit, today and every day, to be agents of change. The path forward demands our unwavering resolve, our compassion, and our hope. Together we can and will build a future, inclusive, and a loving world. Advancing LGBTIQ+ rights is not just a moral imperative. It is essential for building a just, peaceful, and inclusive society, getting us closer to the Sustainable Development Goals. By embracing intersectional justice, we honor the full humanity of every person, leaving no one behind. Let us commit together to making SDG 10 and 16 a reality, not just for some, but for all of us. I thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Advocate Moekgorane, or Lihlohonolo, or Moekgorane. Because advocate is not a title, it's what I do. But what did I tell you about Advocate Moekgorane? I'm sure where you were sitting, you were like, geez, I never thought of it that way. And this has always been my experience with you, is the learning and unlearning that happens when you are in conversation with Advocate Moekgorane, Lihlohonolo. And that's the beauty of it, and I appreciate that so much. The hashtag I am ally, I am me ally, maybe I sasebenzi. But who's a conspirator here? Co-conspirators, can you put up your hands? Co-conspirators, come on, it must have landed. Co-conspirators, please show. Listen, Advocate Moekgorane didn't mean that you must go and, you know, niyotshontsha banki. No. It's probably looking at it like, yeah, no. Advocate Mukharane wants us to go and, you know, siyotshontsha ma bank. No. But sometimes standing next to somebody who, and that's the painful part around it, is that when your existence is a crime, my sexual identity is a crime. And in essence, that is what they are speaking about. Can you be a co-conspirator? Can you go rob the bank with me and still make sure that I'm seen? Even without balaclavas on, after robbing the bank. Okay, Advocate Lehlohonolo spoke about the Sustainable Development Goals. We're going to play a video now, and it's going to build us up to the conversation, the panel discussion that we're going to have just after that video has played. I just quickly want to remind you of the topic. It is going to be Pride in Progress, Advancing Equity, Safety, and Economic Opportunity for LGBTQI+ individuals. And in essence, again, it speaks to inclusivity. But here's a reminder of those SDGs.
In a world racing toward 2030 agenda, where every decision we make holds the power to shape the future, one South African company stands firm in its purpose, to unother the other, to empower the underserved, and to ensure that no one is left behind. Welcome to Modern Centric Holdings, a Level 1 triple BEE empowerment, sustainability, and transformation firm. As an active force for good, we align every action with the Sustainable Development Goals, ensuring impact across SDG 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 10, and 17. From eliminating hunger through our Shumela Hayani agricultural project to advancing gender equality via Zakhele reusable sanitary pad, our initiative embodies the values of social progress and environmental stewardship. Our hashtag Modern Centric 1 Million campaign is not a dream. It is a goal, a promise to positively impact the lives of over 1 million people. To amplify access, equality, and economic participation for persons with disabilities, women, youth, and the LGBTQIAP+ individuals. We are committed to ESG principles in everything we do. From net zero pledges to inclusive hiring, from accessibility audits to green enterprise development. Our environmental, social, and governance strategy is not separate from our business model. It is our model. In our journey towards net zero by 2050, we focus on climate-smart agriculture, green job creation, and youth innovation. We support circular economy projects and foster environmental awareness in all our projects. Every story matters, and every story we tell is rooted in dignity, visibility, and growth. Through platforms like I Am Me, we amplify the voices that are often muted. We champion the rights of LGBTQIAP+ communities and persons with disabilities. We host DEIBS workshops that go beyond compliance, inspiring transformation. This is not just our mission, it's our movement, a movement powered by data, driven by purpose, and anchored in the belief that businesses can and must be a vehicle for inclusive, sustainable development. At Modern Centric Holdings, we are not just waiting for the future, we are creating it. One empowered person, one inclusive policy, one sustainable solution at a time. Because we unother the other, we ignite the potential of humanity. Join us so we can build a better tomorrow together.
Just one of those reminders once again that you put your money where your mouth is, right? You put your money where your mouth is and you make sure that you're able to see through some of the commitments that you have made. And by the way, Modern Centric Holdings is the official sponsor for today's event, as well as yesterday's gala dinner. So once again, let's please put our hands together for them. All right, I'm now going to call on stage the moderator for our next conversation, Pride in Progress, Advancing Equity, Safety, and Economic Opportunity for LGBTQIA+ I+ individuals, and our moderator is Kelly Mabe. Please come and join me on stage. Kelly, the director at LGBT Forum. And then the panelists, I'm going to call them up as well. Professor Monray Buerta, who is a labor law professor. Please come and join us on stage. Fundi Indaba, managing partner at LGBTI Business Network. Please come and join us on stage as well. And then we have Craig Johnston, operations director, the Document Warehouse, and Bishop Noktula Dada. Please come and join us on stage. And Seth Naika will be joining us on stage as well. And please do enjoy this conversation. Remember that if you are tweeting, Xing, TikToking, I'm going to cancel that other hashtag. But the hashtag that we are using is #IamMe, #IamMe, #LeaveNoOneBehind. Do enjoy the conversation. We are going to be taking some questions as well as comments from the floor at some point when we have the indication from Kelly around when we can go to the floor. Do enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much. All the best.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everybody's doing well. We have a very important conversation ahead of us. Please give me grace. I'm a bit nervous. I mean, I am surrounded by greatness on stage and in the room. I'm also following a very, very, I'll say well-spoken, but meant with good intention. The previous speaker is very good with words, and it's an absolute honor to come after them in their keynote address. To our panelists, thank you very much for making time. We really, really appreciate you. So the conversation that we're going to be having today is for us to be able to reflect on 31 years of progress and pride. We will be looking at the SDGs, how we should be leveraging them to advance equity, safety, and economical opportunity for LGBTQ plus people, or for other people of minorities such as the PWD, because that's also what we are also talking about from a LGBTQ plus perspective, is to be framed in an intersectional lens. And as we know, neither one of us are one thing, or we don't exist in a single space. My name is Kylie, and today I represent the LGBTQ plus forum, also known as SAWE. As we convene today, it brings us to 31 years of democracy, and we still have significant gaps, and we lack consistency and persistence in terms of the different projects that we're working on. Part of this conversation is going to touch on exclusion from land appropriation, healthcare, safe housing, and financial inclusion. Also thinking back to, when you talk about financial inclusion, thinking back to things like the Pink Rent study or the Size Matter study, which reflects on the LGBTQ plus contribution to the economy. So just to the first panelist, Craig Johnson. The first question I've got for you is, how did this work find you? And this question will be the same for all the panelists.
understanding and the caring that I actually got from them and the empathy was unbelievable. The company is very much involved with modern centrics from EE certification and inclusiveness and that type of thing. And last year, in fact, our ex-CEO, Eric Peterson, was asked to be a keynote address speaker. And he said to me, Craig, I think this is the forum where you're going to be. And by default, we were the keynote speakers last year. And it's on this very stage, on this platform, in this very forum, where I actually came out publicly, as opposed to the people in my inner circle. And then I realized that I was privileged enough to be in a forum like this with people that had concerns in terms of the inclusiveness of marginalized people and that type of thing, and realized that not everybody in my organization has the ability to be part of that. And so I tried to get involved more and more and really have a commitment towards helping and assisting people who might be sitting behind the fear factor of, actually expressing where they find themselves within the community. So that's where I am today.
That's amazing. I love how, at the beginning of your story, you talk about a sense of belonging and psychological safety, but you can't really, all you know is how it feels. It's really amazing that you found a workplace like that, talk less of anything else, and that you...
That's all very comfortable, and I feel valued by my co-directors as well as the TPW family.
That's amazing. Fundi, over to you, please. And then after you, we'll move to Bishop Lala. Then we'll come to Prof. And then from Prof, we'll go back to Pastor Seth.
Good morning. I'm honored to be part of this collective, Having said that, how did this find me? If I may say that my journey has been that of a business consultant and business coaching for more than 15 years for various companies in all my personal capacity. What I have embraced at times is ensuring that we build a capacity for businesses, for women and most. But also, I was invited to a function where we were launching Plus, which is supposedly a business connect for the LGBTI. I think that was 2015 or 16 at the time. And I've also dabbled as a business coach for Q Network, which is a capacity building institution that has pinned over, let's say, 4 countries in the Southern Africa: Botswana, Mozambique, South Africa. I'm trying to remember the other one, which I could go to Lesotho just recently. And what we do most in those is create awareness, train ideation, and empowering the entrepreneur in that space. Incidentally, I was invited to be an acting managing director for the Forum of the Empowerment of Women between 2019 and 2023, where I'm not an activist, if I may say. I didn't think I'm an activist in that way.
We believe you.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, I'm totally lifting my head on streets and embracing this journey of inclusion differently from how I would have had it, which would have been in boardrooms and in conversations like this. That gave me a perspective of the reality of the challenges that is faced by the LGBTI community that I didn't have an idea of what they were. And probably because we don't speak about their lived experiences. We don't talk about these humans that sleep without eating, that are thrown out of their homes, that cannot finish school, that all eventually end up using substances as a way of coping. Nobody talk about that. Our conversations sit among us when we seem to be out there, especially on pride events and any other event that doesn't speak about being disconnected from your faith, not being included in communities in general. So as a result, for me, I took a stance that says we should make a difference. And what was the question? What do you have? I have expertise in business coaching and business management, and invited a collective of my colleagues whom we agreed in principle that there's an opportunity to form a business network. Having said that, my normal day job is gender inclusion in government spaces where we talk about inclusion for persons with disability, women, and your mom of the LGBTI. And when you ask why, the answer is there's no policy, no document, no nothing that gives you presence in this. And if you begin to say, then how do you change that? Because the Constitution of South Africa allows that. It's, well, it's in your court to do that, which is probably why we are here discussing this way. And hence, hoping for other platforms to have further conversations on inclusion from governance and the policy perspective. I think I'll conclude in saying that it is a chain. It is a chain for all of us in the room and those that could be moved in any other space. We don't call them allies, what do you call them? Conspirators.
Yes.
Yeah. And conspirators. Yes.
Yes.
Are they conspirators? Yes. Our conspirators. They are invited to onboard and share with us as we have these experiences so that they are aware of the role that they need to play also. And thank you.
Thank you. Yes, our conspirators in the agenda, the gay agenda. And yeah, thank you so much for taking us through your journey of how this work found you. We look forward to hearing more, and we will be there when you discover that you are an advocate. Yes, because you said earlier you're not, and we know you as, so. Yes, we can move to you, Bishop. We are at the cusp. It's 11:30, yes.
I'm grateful for getting this opportunity to be speaking today. The question is, how this was founded. I think I want to begin by saying that it founded me when I was waking up from trying to commit suicide because my journey with God was crushed. And so many people knows my whole story and my whole journey about the church when I got to be excommunicated at some point, and I got to be prayed for because everyone thought I was a demon, and I think also I believed it for myself that God did not created people like me, and also getting to hear about the story of Sodom and Gomorrah over and over and over until you hated yourself. So I hated myself, and I allowed other people to tell me that God did not love me or God did not created me, but also I was very scared because how hell was described was, then Satan will be carrying a big, fork, and I'm going to be fried. sure that, that is the message because for some reason I had a thought that the purpose that God has for me was to make sure that no one else had to go through what I went through. If people have gone through that, I am going to be there and making sure that I am preaching and telling people that you can be anything and you can love yourself and you can accept yourself because God has created each and every one of us in the image of God. So I look at myself in the mirror and I find myself that I am an image of God and I don't need permission to exist. And if I have to wait for someone to accept me, I had to go through a whole lot of things to get to the place where I needed to know that I belong. For a long time I waited for people to say we accepted you. Then I realized that why do I need them? Why do I give people power? Because it's either accept or not. And when people say we don't accept you, then I'm going to be miserable. And if they said I accept you, then I am free. Or what is it that I want to do? So how do I want to show up in the world? I want to show up in the world with pride, knowing that I belong in this world and I don't need to do what others, what other people are telling me. And that is the reason why I do what I do. But also, I work for Global Interfaith Network, and it has been a great journey for me, to serve as a regional coordinator as we are doing Religious Dialogue Partner Project. So we work across Africa and many other places, with LGBTI people of faith and also religious leaders to creating these safe spaces to begin to have conversations about faith, gender, and sexuality because that is a taboo within the religious space. And we also know, and from my own lived experience, that religion has been used as a tool to harm other human beings. So how do we create that space and make sure that then there's an opportunity for us to have dialogues and make sure that we are changing mindset. We are also telling people that God created all of us. Sexuality just a little part of my life. And it does not mean that LGBTIQ plus people are only sexual beings. We are all sexual beings. It's just that heterosexual people don't want to go through their journey of integrating their sexuality and their spirituality. That is the reason why people have a hard time when other people have had an opportunity to manage, to work it out for themselves. So that has been my journey, and also that I am one of the elders that have, within the MCC, as I explained yesterday, that I am a proud religious leader who happens to be a lesbian, who is a mother, and a faith leader. I am a feminist theologian, and I serve as a member of the Council of Elders within the Metropolitan Community Church. It was the privilege for me that I was the first African ever appointed to be in this global leadership position. So I carry this not only as a personal honor for me, but as a symbol of possibility for every queer African who has been told they don't belong in sacred spaces. So that is what my journey has been to all these hats that I'm wearing, but I also recognize that it is not about me, but it is also about every other LGBTIQ plus person who had to go through the process of being prayed for, or a process of being told that they don't belong, or a process of being hating themselves, because when someone is being told that they need to
Sure. That's amazing, Bishop, and we haven't even started to unpack the SDG 16 that talks towards peace, justice, and strong institutions. Thank you so much for sharing your journey with us. Prof?
How I've been drawn to this. And I think education is found me at the darkest times in my life. My parents passed away when I was young, and then I ended up with people that tried to use education against me because I excelled at school. For example, taking away a candle or access to food. But other people saw that I had a need and they were kind to me. So people will invite me over to the house, they will provide me with light to study, they will provide me with a warm meal. And I think that for me was what kept me going and why I'm still in education. I've been 27 years in higher education. And I felt that that was where my impact would be and my contribution would be. I worked at multiple universities, but I want to go back to when I was at University at Pretoria, where I started my academic career. And people misgendered my sexual orientation or labeled me as bisexual because it was about comfort, not addressing the fact that I was an openly gay colored man, and I was in spaces that people felt that it was their spaces. And I had to think about how I can maneuver around creating my own space within the space and kind of set the path for others. So I was one of the only staff members that was the founding members of Up and Out, which was the student LGBTQI plus organization. And I ended up being the treasurer. We didn't have any money, so I arranged socials. And by arranging these socials, I created a network with people that our journeys. I want to sketch an example. So at the university, we had a graffiti wall, and our organization painted some graffiti, marketing organization. And at that stage, the Freedom Front Plus was quite vocal, and they were the number one student movement at UP. And they abused us. They painted over our mural, and then the next day we just go back and we paint again. And that was the resilience that I think people showed and students showed, and I am very honored to have played that role. How did I get here? I had a few interactions with Ravel and Zach over wine over a couple of years, and we always solve the world's problems. And I said, look here, I'm in this sector, I would like to get involved in the things that you guys are busy with. So reach out to me. They forgot, I reached out, I was resilient, I said, don't forget about me playing a role. And I think it's very fundamental because previously I was on a foundation that played an instrumental role during our lockdown. I worked on a foundation with an agricultural company, and the generosity of people, farmers, people during that time just showed you that kindness goes a long way, and people can dig deep where it matters. And I think that for me was where my journey ended with that foundation, and I felt that there was a void in terms of adding, giving back, and making people to think differently, I think. And that's what I always challenge my students, that if I make one of you to think different, I've done my job. Because that person can create a bottleneck effect by changing other people's mindset. And if we don't talk about these things, and we don't talk about uncomfortable conversations, we will never get to a point where this is fundamental, that we have these discussions, that we publicize these things, that we educate people in terms of using the right pronouns, why it's important, in terms of sensitivity training. You can't think about male, female. There are other persons in the binary code or the non-binary code. You have to think about why it's important for that person, what journey they have gone through. And I think one of the things I noted here in my notes was that in terms of workplaces, I think there's a lack of sensitivity training. For example, people do not know, for example, that transgender persons can get pregnant, and that's why they're fixated with labels such as male and female. Gender is important because that's how they have grown up. Those were the type of values or mindsets that was instilled. And now people are taking up spaces, and these people are uncomfortable. But it's our job to educate them, say, I'm not a threat to you. I'm merely existent in this world, and this in our son. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I like what you've said around, how how we manage the sensitivities. In yesterday's Lekgotla, we reflected on this as well, where we talked about how it's important to guard your mind when you think about somebody else, because there's a boundary that you skip mentally, and eventually when you go far enough, it starts to trigger you to think about what that person's identity markers mean to you. And it is in that moment, as hopefully maybe as a heterosexual person, where you start to have a problem with who the other person is. Why can they have the ability to get pregnant? And it is in that moment where you struggle as a heterosexual person to find the X equals to Y around why femininity, masculinity, and things like being able to have kids are human features, but they don't necessarily determine who the person is. Pastor Ses, please, over to you.
Hi, thank you to my other panelists. It's so amazing to just listen to your stories, and we only have this window of, engaging. I'm always mindful that I think a lot of the work around inclusion, people don't actually know one another. And it's hard to work in a context where you come into the room and we kind of showing up in spaces where we're playing games of who are you, what title you have, which country you came from, how many languages you speak. And think about all the descriptions or the degrees of separation that we create. So even when you come into a context like this, sometimes we haven't become attentive to actually knowing one another's stories. And I think a lot more can be done when people relationally connect. But then we must be careful that we don't just have, oh, this is my one white friend. This is my one gay friend. This is my one, my one Indian friend. You guys been in those spaces? And, and then, then they joke, because when you meet African Indians, and I would come from that kind of a background, and I'd meet, say, South African white folk, and because they've become accustomed to other African Indians, they'll be like, hey, bro, how's the biryani? I'll be like, is that all you got to offer me, But then you're forced into playing the game, with them, because then it feels uncomfortable if you say, I'm not that kind of a guy, or I'm not that kind of person. Let's find a better way. So how do I come to the space of the work? I was thinking about it right now in real time. I think I was born a religious crime. Because in the 70s, my mom and my dad decided to get together at a youth camp somewhere. And my dad would say it like this: when the light went down low, and the camp director said, go to your side. My father said it like this: for the sake of love, I found your mother. And because of me coming on board, and both of these children now in religious family context within Christendom, one would be given a description like this son that is born is a bastard child. And that's already a description that will dehumanize you. So I think God had already had a sense of humor with me being born, coming out of a crime identity. And maybe, as our colleague said, who didn't want to be called an advocate, what amazing kind of reflections. I love the way you used language, Litlokunolo. But the whole connection of paying attention to the words that we use, maybe like rabble-rousing, or being a person who causes good trouble. And I became located in school towards mission work. I thought missionaries were cool people, But I guess I met good missionaries. Because they are bad missionaries.
Maybe you rebranded it.
Maybe. But there are those that in the name of God will teach a certain theology that is accepting of some and segregating of others. But I met youth workers. And I was, wow, if these youth workers, that's all I thought, I'd become a youth worker. And through the arena of work of youth work, I came into the space of working with arts and drama. And it's a beautiful space where the abstract takes place. And it's crazy though, because I think there's potential when we work with people of creativity and abstract thinkers. And those of us, and many of us in the room, many of us are neurologically diverse. And I'm not only talking on the spectrum around issues of ADHD or autism, but the reality is that we have neurological diversity. You exist with it. You hiccup in spaces, you feel a little bit of a sting, somebody says something, your foot moves in a certain way, you become attentive to it. And it happened to me while I was in school, that this one teacher gave me an allergic reaction because he was he was a bully. And he was saying things, and he stood me up in grade 12 and said to me, you need to be with your dumb friends in the low grade. And I was like, what? And I stood up, but when I stand up at 1.65, it doesn't look like I just stood up. But I stood up and I said to him, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this paper on this so-called higher grade because I need it eventually if I'm going to study. So Kelly, as I'm thinking about it, this work found me, and I found the work in the context of having to resist certain things. And back in the day, our focus as a teenager coming into my work was around racism. Like we hated apartheid, coming from, a South Side hemisphere. I had a knee-jerk reaction towards whiteism, being anglicized. I kind of looked at things with a very critical lens. Because if you think about, SDGs and around decent work and economic growth, sometimes sustainability and inclusion has nothing to do with economic growth. So we can even be in inclusion places, and it's okay with 60% of young people to be unemployed. And we have our inclusion conversations in a very, niche environment. And it offends me, because I think where I saw poverty and I saw people, and yet I was middle class, so-called, as an African Indian. So we saw anti-racism, and that's the kind of work that called me in. But then I found how I was starting to struggle with women's rights. Because our churches didn't really show you off that women could be leaders. I mean, there were some of them that were breaking rules, maybe, and so-called rules. But in the mainstream church that we were around, in independent Baptist churches and evangelical churches, you go to church and you never see a woman taking a leadership role, other than singing a song. So I found that I started to contend with these issues, and yet my mother was a strong leader. But then you find again that, you come to a certain place, and I think we end up a lot of the time in the work, for me also, how do you make the bridge not only just from race, class issues, gender issues, but then beyond just the gender that we talk about, women's rights, but the deeper arena of gender justice issues. And then I find that I myself had to check myself before I wreck myself, because you become convinced by an apartheid theology that certain things are accepted and certain things are not accepted. And I think we're missing an angle if we don't look back and look at apartheid through the lens of inclusion. If we don't, some of us, we feel scared to call it out in our own country because, if we say apartheid, then we don't want to touch, apartheid of the time. So I think right now where I'm at, the intersectionality for me has got to do with, finding the work in, yes, I'm against racism, I'm against gender injustice, I'm against classism, and I'm against religious intolerance.
Thank you very much, Pastor Seth. In the interest of time, so we've got very limited time to get through the agenda, so please give us some grace as you answer the next two questions per person. So I think, Pastor Seth, we'll just go back to you and just touch on SDG 16 before we move on to the other panelists, which reflects on peace, justice, and strong institutions. I'd like you to just give us a little bit of an understanding around how we as LGBTQ plus people are robbed of faith or religious-based relationships because of the church's perceptions on the community. And how can we partner together to enable those spaces?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the time, like we would use the terminology of how does church become a safe space? Or not just church, but any religious institution. And the problem is, again, pointed back to the theology doesn't allow until people start deconstructing that theology. However, the saving grace for us, if we're doing inclusion work, is to also help people understand that their faith is not monitored and controlled by the religious institution or organized religion. That's why today, like you can find faith sector people meeting in what we would call emergent church, interfaith connective groups. Sometimes they're big social clubs. I mean, in the history of the church, this is the reality, that many of those churches that came out of the church, if we look back at its history, were like social clubs, and they were illegal social clubs, by the way.
Sure.
Right?
So innovation meets faith, meets religion, and
yeah, and I think like that's become important, like that people can connect to God and find God in community. And if the place that they're in makes them feel, like you heard Bishop say, that if that place is making you feel like you're less of a human being, why do you stick around it? But why do we stick around it? It's the same thing that families disconnect us. Like if we tell them, I'm moving in this journey where I'm working in inclusion, I'm embracing of LGBTQIA+ communities, people already start to hate you. So I think the freedom angle is where we can start to teach around peace and justice and strong institutions that are not just within organized, institutional, empirical spaces, but are justice-oriented.
Thank you so much. And this, I guess, ties back into the next question, Bishop, that's coming to you. What are some of the examples that you've seen where churches are showing up and creating safe spaces for LGBTQ plus people or any people of minorities?
So the spaces that are, some of the churches, like, I can make an example probably about Methodists or, other progressive religious leaders who are open into beginning to understand issues around faith, gender, and sexuality. I am part of the Metropolitan Community Church that was started in 1968 by a man who was excommunicated from their churches because of their sexuality, Reverend Troy Perry. It was many, many years in the US, but it landed up being a global church where LGBTI people decided to find homes, a home that is safe for them to be able to come as they are. They don't need to change things about themselves so that they can be accepted. Yes, then, what Seth is saying, some people stay because they want to change, the whole denomination or the system. But some, like me, I could not go back to that place because that place was very harmful for me. And until up to today, that church that I grew up in is still presenting and preaching that message of hate that is it's harmful to LGBTI people or any other marginalized community. So there is spaces that we are creating spaces every day. We are encouraging people to allow and accept themselves for who they are. The work that Global Interfaith Network is doing is also tied, linked, because it is creating spaces for LGBTI people of faith to be able to know that they can exist, they can be able to be themselves, they can also be able to create spaces for themselves.
That's
because
amazing.
sometimes we wait for others to create these spaces, but sometimes it is up to us as LGBTI people who wants to practice our faith to say, where do I go? What do I do? Do I sit around and cry, or do I make a choice to say, I am going to take ownership for my journey and my spirituality? So there is spaces like that. And I have a church in Soweto also where I am pastoring that is called Hope and Unity MCC. Not that I am promoting it, but I'm promoting it so that people know that there are spaces that they can go to It is not ours only, but there's also other places in different kinds of Africa where people can just go and just be themselves and don't need to be anything else like that.
Thank you so much, Bishop. And I think here's one task from an ally perspective as part of the syndicate that Letlogonolo launched earlier. Please share the name of the church as an ally and visit the church. Craig, we're gonna move through to you. With your work that sits in the intersection of infrastructure, logistics, and policy, when you look at some of the stuff that you do in terms of compliance from a POPIA perspective, and talking about bringing LGBTQ plus people into the workplace environment, what are some of the things that you're working on, such as dress codes, gender neutral bathrooms? What are some of the barriers that you've worked on adjusting and removing?
Yeah, so in terms of that, obviously, I think, realize that we're quite a large organization. We're represented throughout the country in all 9 provinces. So there's a large staff complement, and we have a very good brand name out there as well. So with anybody who doesn't really know what the document warehouse does, is we store information and manage information, that type of thing. A lot of it is physical work as well. So in terms of dress code, for instance, naturally we have a guideline in terms of dress code, and it must be professional and you need to be neat and that type of thing at work. And we as the leadership team are really not, we're not open to, or what I'm trying to say is that we're not strict on the fact of saying, well, if you are a male, you must dress as a male, or if you're a female, you must dress as a female. You need to be able to live your identity. So within the leadership team, we're open to dialogue and those kind of challenges. But one of our biggest challenges in terms of people expressing themselves is the fact that while that is a very easy concept to accept and work with, within the blue-collar workers and the administrative side, we need to also understand that there's a lot of physical work. There's warehouses, there's multiple levels that people need to work on. And obviously from that we sort of restricted in terms of the Health and Safety Act and what people have to wear in that environment. So it becomes very difficult to be empathetic towards somebody who would like to express themselves in terms of their dress code in that environment. But I just think that is the practicality of the job that they do, and they have to understand that within that working environment, they would need to comply, whether you're male or female or anything. At the moment, I think it's an environment that is all male. And so we don't really have those challenges in terms of that, or it's not been made, known to us in terms of that. So, but I think as the leadership team, we really are open to those challenges, and I think as my involvement has become more involved with the modern centric people, the IME forum and that type of thing, it's really opened an awareness to be able to explore and allow those people to come forward who might be hiding behind their fear, and that we can open dialogue in terms of that and say, well, I am different, I want to be different, and I want to live my identity. So at this point in time, we don't really have that challenge, but we're open to exploring that challenge. And I think with our commitment to trying to educate within our organization, we might get those challenges that we have to address. So we're looking forward to that, and we're looking forward to being able to allow people to diversify in terms of their personalities.
I think what matters is that you've started the work, and you're not walking the journey alone. You're working with some of with the rest of your team. And I mean, one of the things we normally say in the HR industry is that it's a leaking bucket. With every employee that joins your organization, they introduce you to a new perspective of what are some of the things that you should be doing. So the fact that the processes are already there and you're also working on the systems, that's what's important, because then it means that your environment or your EVP is inclusive and it is ready to meet whether a PWD person or an LGBTQ plus person with any other identity markers. So thank you for that.
I also just want to add, I mean, it's not only about the LGBTQIA plus community, but it's also with regards to the disabled or impaired people. So our empathy lies on both sides.
Thank you. Fundi, over to you. So with you, we'd like to reflect on SDG 8 and SDG 17. And one of the things we'd like to just reflect on is what are the biggest hurdles that LGBTQ plus entrepreneurs face when they try to get into the different industries, or as far as enterprise development across Africa or specifically South Africa? What does that look like?
So what happens mostly in the business sector and the government sector when you're having conversations of inclusion, the big question they ask is, where are they? You say you've got these people who are able to do that. Which sectors are they in? What work do they do? And how do we invite them to be part of the supply chain, as an example? As a result of that challenge, the LGBTI Business Network's intention was to create a database where all LGBTI entrepreneurs and businesses, probably even professionals, can be enlisted, so that there's a database, so that when you're looking for this, where it is and saying, this is where they are. In that way, it makes it easier for people to have access. Having said that, the barriers that mostly would be in terms of capacity building. Our recent research that we've just conducted with the Q Network indicates that there's a need for more capacity building and framing the businesses so that they can be formal business to be able to engage with the corporate and the government spaces. Some of them are looking to understanding of what tendering programs can be. Others are looking for opportunities to network intercontinental or inter-country, as an example. What then the government, or what is lacking from the supply chain perspective, would be the policies that speaks to inclusion in general. Currently, policies would not use a non-conforming naming, like his and hers.
Yeah, they're still binary.
Yeah, they're still in that way, yes. Which means then there's an opportunity to go to that level, indicate in the same way that we do for persons with disability, have a comma LGBTI, and expand from that. That's one. Having said also that there's lots of unconscious bias for support for the LGBTI, which would be this individual sitting in front of you, who you know that identifies as an LGBTI, and probably based on your frame of thinking, you are not there for them. So those are, for me, the examples that I can share with you that highlights that.
Sure, that's a lot, Fundi. I mean, listening to you tells me that we are not really making any progress, because we're still struggling with the small things that are the basics of getting someone at the door. Thank you for that. Prof, over to you. We'll be reflecting just on SDG 8 and SDG 16 as well. And what are the South African laws, from a labor law perspective, where are we doing well as far as LGBTQ plus people are concerned, and where are the gaps?
Thank you for that question. I think before starting with my answer, or answering the question, we have to go back in terms of where all of this started. And if you reflect back in the early 1990s, the first piece of legislation that were on the law books in the new dispensation were labor legislation. So the legislation was written from a specific time frame and a space of time in terms of what needed to be protected. Now we're sitting in 2025, and we look at how the world has evolved, including the law. And I think it is time for us to reflect in terms of what needs to change in terms of facilitating a diversity inclusion. If you look at SDG 8, it specifically touches on inclusiveness. And I think that's fundamental if you go back to the workplace. Yes, we have all these protections, we have all these policies, but what does it mean for LGBTQI plus people in the workplace? And I'm glad that Craig touched upon uniform. And I think if you look at gender policing, it's one of the big obstacles in the workplace where we have this mindset that certain uniforms are for certain gender roles because we're thinking from an outdated perspective. And I think the moment that you introduce either neutral types of clothing or uniform, we already bridged that divide in terms of addressing that someone is maybe comfortable in pants, not in a dress, for example. And I think respecting that already takes some of the barriers out. If we look at, for example, collective bargaining traditionally comes from the struggle movement. Traditional trade unions still today look at wage negotiation as the number one thing to focus on, the monetary value that could be added or increases. But I think trade unions should be creative in terms of negotiating. For example, if you think about LGBTQI plus persons and medical aid or health benefits, it is very structured if you look at the benefits in terms of the historic gender roles. There are things listed on my medical aid that I will never use. So I think in terms of negotiating tailor-made health benefits for workers is one way to address that imbalance, and also embracing the fact that there are different needs. For example, assisting persons with in vitro fertilization, HIV support, etc., etc. The concept of family, what is a partner, what does family mean? I think that's fundamental in terms of driving changes in the workplace, and our legislation should also be in tune to that. For example, if you look at harassment policies, harassment legislation, it should include gender identity and gender expression and discrimination or harassment around that, how to deal with macro and microaggressions in the workplace. Sensitivity training, I think we are focusing as a society a lot on the digital world. So I teach cyber law at this stage. It's important what I'm saying, cyber law, the developments there, AI, and the impact in the online environment, the digital environment. But it's also important in the workplace, I think, to do something like sensitivity training, compulsory sensitivity training, introduce concepts that people are not accustomed to, labels that people are not accustomed to. I think that's important. For example, if you think about education in the workplace, surrounding legislative changes elsewhere, the UK, where the Equality Act was challenged by this group of women, and they took it to the Supreme Court, and now the concept women and sex is now linked to biological women and biological sex, and that's got implications on transgender persons as well as access to inclusive facilities. Now, inclusive facilities can mean neutral facilities, but it can also mean that you leave it to the transgender person to identify with a specific gender to use those facilities. And these are not things that requires legislation to drive it. This requires behavior in terms of understanding why the Constitution introduced protection for LGBTQI plus people in the workplace specifically, and that we're at the stage that we need to transform those concepts and be more inclusive in terms of how the world has evolved.
Sure, thank you so much for that, Prof. I think it touches on how there's no one size fits all for reasonable accommodation. You touched on it as well, Craig, around how you've got the basic stuff or the overarching stuff that enables you to be able to create that space once the employee walks in. And what I hear from you, Prof, is also just touching around how education and awareness is critical to making the changes, because all the policies and the legislation that we need is already there. But for the practitioners, it's about now how to start implementing. We're about to just close off the conversation. We'll take 2 questions, just one from this side and one from this side, and then we'll reflect and close off the conversation. Can I please just get one hand this side and one hand this side? Pastor Seth says we did so well, you guys don't have questions for us. And the Prof has just also accredited you. He says, you guys have done well. Distinctions all around. So I guess if there's no questions, then we'll just reflect. Just any final words from each person as we close off the conversation. We'll start with you, Prof.
Yes, as I said at the beginning, this is a very important platform, and I think we should have more of these discussions in the public domain in terms of educating people. I think education is important. I'm in education. I've been in education my whole life. I think I must probably die in education. But I think there are different ways to educate people, and it is our responsibility as a person that fall within this group to educate people. It's like racism. If someone uses the derogatory term, you call them out. I don't care who you are. If you're angry at me, that's not a word that you use. And I think the same word, using concepts and terms that are derogatory to people. We are in a society where people need to be themselves. And if you cannot respect that, you need to then shut up. I think that is where I am, and that's the final thing I'm going to say. Thank you.
Kelly, my takeaway to the collective here is we can't do this alone. This requires everybody in this room to lift their hands as conspirators so that we work hand in hand in building an equal society where everybody is given equal opportunities to coexist and lead a normal life. As a result, we probably would be extending this through more than a centric, an opportunity for raising hands to give where possible. That's from the government and also from the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you.
I really suppose where I sum it up from a business perspective is that we're not perfect. We're working hard. It's a case of pride in progress, not leaving anybody behind. But for us, the most important thing would be that we feel that everybody should be in a safe, comfortable environment to work with, where they feel that they belong. And we'll continue to evaluate and evolve our facility to better support inclusivity. And our ethos remains to respect everybody, respect their beliefs, respect who they are, and consideration for all our staff and employees.
Thank you for that, Craig. I think you just did we are an equal opportunity employer in a customized way. Bishop, 30 seconds, please. Round off.
So I just want to give word of encouragement to anyone who identify themselves as queer person, that it is high time that we know deeply that we belong, and that is how we must show up in the world, not as victims anymore, but as people who knows who we are with gifts and talents. We have so much to offer to the world, and we need to know who we are, that we are worthy and we are enough. You don't need to do anything, but you are enough. And it is important that we continue with these conversations, and I thank you the organizers of I Am Me for creating these spaces, because conversations needs to continue to happen. But also to understand that we cannot work in silos. We need to work together because there's so much that we can do together.
Thank you, Bishop. Seth, 30
Yeah, I
seconds.
guess because in this space I reflected, in the church sector, there's a good theology of Imago Dei. I'm made in the image of God. And maybe that's where we need to teach it. I'm thankful for the journey of taking theology into youth work, into the education sector, into corporate space. And I mean, earlier Ulrich was saying, theologians, we can do amazing things. Because when we're thinking about a good concept of God, we can actually utilize our spirituality in a space that builds. But maybe not yet. I think many times we talk about planting seeds of hope. I also believe we need a time now of planting seeds of courage. Like to really make a stand for the right when we know what's the wrong. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. We really appreciate your time and all the nuggets that you've dropped for us. This dialogue is a reminder for us that inclusion is not just processes and policies, but it's infrastructure, its capability, and its systems, right? And it changes each person at a time. So if there's one nugget I'd like you to take away, is that with every new person that you meet, it's a leaking bucket, it's a new experience. And that you remember that pride and progress is not a destination, it's a discipline. It's a way of, or some kind of framework in terms of how we're going to keep practicing and moving forward and building. Thank you so much. I Am Me.
What an insightful conversation. For those people who joined the conversation a bit later on, we are streaming this live, so you can go onto the Modern Centric Holdings YouTube page and you'll find it there. And after all of these recordings are done, remember that the recording itself will be there, so you can always go back and revisit and learn and unlearn certain things. So once again, please put your hands together for our panelists as well as Kali Mabe. Bishop Dada, at some point when you were like, hey, together we can do more, like, hey, Bishop Dada is running for office, eh? Because at some point it was Congolos's theme, together we can do more, together we can do more. Are you running for office? Okay, let's get a bit of energy in this room. Are you ready for the three divas? Are you ready? Asizame lento lebe basibonisa earlier on. 1 to start, eh? Put your hands together for the three divas, and after that we're going to have a 10-minute tea break.
To be real. is what keeps the planet spinning. The force of the beginning. We've come too far to give up who we are. So let's raise the bar and our glass to the stars. Here's up all night to the sun. We're up all night to get sun. We're up all night to get fun. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to the sun. We're up all night to get some. We're up all night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky. 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 When it feels like the world is on your shoulders and all of the madness has got you going crazy, it's time to get out. Step out into the street. All of the action is right there back to people. I know a place where we can dance the whole night away underneath the electric stars. So come with me so we can shake the blues right away. We'll be doing fine once the music starts. To the rhythm of the night. Dance until the morning light. Forget about the words on your mind. We can leave them all behind. To the rhythm of the night. Oh, oh, the rhythm of the night. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Now we're gonna have a party. Are you guys ready? We gonna party all night long, right? Is that alright with you? Sing with me, come on. All night long. All night. Yeah, sing. All night. Oh, give me some more now. All night. Yeah, I said. All night long. Yeah. Hey. Jambalita se te moya. Hey, jumbo, jumbo. Wait to party, oh, wait, oh. Oh, jambala. Jambalita se te moya. Yeah, jumbo, jumbo. We're gonna have a party, y'all. Say all night long. All night. All night. All night. All night long. All night. Yeah, yeah. Say all night long. Yeah. Are you ready? Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, let's go. I'm every woman, it's all in me. Anything you want, oh baby, do it naturally. I'm every woman, it's all in me. I can read the thoughts right now. Everyone's okay to say. I ain't bragging, 'cause I'm the one. Just as me shall be done. No matter to compare. You got it. Got it, yeah. See,
Oh, let me just breathe. Good morning, everyone. Are you well? Are you good? Can I get a big yes? Are you good? Are you enjoying the IMB conference? Is it speaking to you? And we need to speak to you in song then. So this is Jada K. Johnson. Please give it up for her. That's Angela Lamore. Please give it up for her. And I'm Kachaladi, and we are 3D. A louder hoo-hoo. I like energies, okay? If you're going to be flat, I'm going to be flat towards you. So we are here to do 2 songs, and this is our second one, so we need you all to sing with us and get up with us. Is that okay? Is that okay? You know I'm demanding. Let's go. Let's have some fun. We're coming down, okay? Get up from your seats. Here we go. Come on.
Tell me what you think about me. I buy my own diamonds and I buy my own ring. Only ring my celly when I'm feeling lonely. When it's all over, please get up and leave. Question, tell me how you feel about this. Try to control me, boy, you get business. Pay my own funnel and I pay my own bills. Always 50-50 in your relationship, yeah. Shoes on my feet, I'm body. Clothes I'm wearing, I'm body. Rock, I'm rocking it, I'm body. 'Cause I depend on me. The watch I'm wearing, I'm body. The house I live in, I'm body. The car I drive in, I'm body. I depend on me, I depend on all the women independent.
delicious. Can I say delicious? Give it up for the 3 delicious divas. It's the 3 delicious divas with a lot of energy. So after that workout, you do need a break. So go and grab a cup of coffee, water, sparkling water, and we'll be back again in about 10 minutes. Let me just quickly see, what time is it now? It is 12:30. So please be back by 22. Please be back by 22 so that we can commence the program. Go and have some fun and network as well. Very, very important. See you after the break. All right, everybody, I am back. So we're about to start with the second part of our program. As we've indicated a bit earlier on, that we're also going to have a panel discussion that is going to focus on beyond inclusion, building economies of belonging for persons with disabilities. So we are, though, going to lay the foundation for the next conversation. And I want you to please put your hands together for SA champions in ballroom and Latin American dancing, the current champs that is, for a ballroom as well as Latin American dancing, and the semi-finalists for the Dutch 2025, Jessica and Kali.
This is the end.
satisfy my soul. Let the day begin. Make the evening roll. Let the big sky in. Satisfy my heart. It's so good to feel. Love is all around, and all the hurt will heal. Oh, this is what my heart needs to feel. Oh, this is what my heart needs to feel.
Come on, everybody, clap your hands. Oh, you're looking good. I'm going to sing my song. It won't take long. We're going to do the twist, and it goes like this. Come on, let's twist again, like we did last summer. Yeah, let's twist again, like we did last year. Do you remember when things were really humming? Yeah, let's twist again. Twist time is here. Round and round and up and down we go again. Oh, baby, make me know you love me so. Then twist again, like we did last summer. Come on, let's twist again, like we did last year.
Put your hands together for Carly as well as Jessica. Jessica, girl, the way you move with that wheelchair. Jeez. Whoa. At some point I was like, hey, is she going to hit Carly? And like, no, it doesn't happen. And I think that goes with the, you know, with the jive as well, when they do the jive, the energy that is required, they deliver that, which explains why they are the current SA champions in ballroom as well as Latin American dancing, as well as semi-finalists for the Dutch 2025. Well done. All right. So now it is time to introduce our next address that is going to be delivered by Mr. Kudakwashe. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen and individuals who are non-binary or gender non-conforming, please put your hands together for our next speaker, who's going to speak about the disability keynote, and that is Kudakwashe Dube, the CEO of Africa Disability Alliance. And after that, we're going to have the panel conversation on Beyond Inclusion, Building Economies of Belonging for Persons with Disabilities. And that conversation will be led by Dr. Thomas Ongolo, who's a senior advisor at the German Agency for International Cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adrian. It's difficult to give a keynote address after such a performance, but we would like to thank you very much for the opportunity to share ideas and thoughts about how disability can be part of everything. It is a great honor and a privilege to address you today on a matter that stands at the crossroads of human rights, economic growth, and the shared vision of inclusive societies. Our gathering carries particular significance, for today we are called on to not only reflect on progress, but to commit ourselves to redefining disability and ability and placing the ability and inclusion agenda at the heart of South Africa and Africa's economic and social transformation. We were told to speak about redefining ability, social transformation through disability inclusion in Africa. And we noted that there are about 84 million people with disabilities on the African continent. If we exclude them, we are excluding a very huge market. If you are a corporate partner, or if you are an organization, or if you are in our various forms of business, it's a huge market. We used to think that people with disabilities are a marginal population with no income, with no significance. But over the years, it has come to our understanding and knowledge that they constitute a huge population group that we should be targeting on an ongoing basis. Oh, sorry. Can I just have someone to help me with my notes? Right, thank you. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good, thank you. So inclusion, I won't repeat that. We spent a lot of time on it yesterday. But just one thing about inclusion. Inclusion is not involvement. We have come to places where we were told, now look, we involved you in the discussion, but that's not inclusion. And inclusion is not just inclusion. It is about the nature of that inclusion. Did you simply put a paper in front of us and say, look, can you please read it, and then conceptualize what it is that you want? A paper that is not in Braille, a paper that is not according to what I can read, that's not inclusion. Although I am on the same table as you are, but then the nature of inclusion is not effective. We connected disability to sustainable development a long time ago. As I told you yesterday, we were part of 1,300 civil society organizations across the world that campaigned for the Sustainable Development Goals. And we were part of creating the message, leave no one behind. And then there was also another message that we created at the time, nothing about us without us. I guess now it's now commonly used by everybody. The reason was that we can't talk about people with disability without making sure that they are there and they are able to contribute. That's why you see in SDG 10 on reduced inequalities, we made an effort that people with disabilities are included and that they are not just included as a component, but not just for one country, but for all the countries that subscribed to the SDGs. For us to truly reduce inequality, governments and institutions must mainstream considerations into all laws, policies, and programs. And now you see that other term, mainstreaming. All we mean is we want to be including us in the Department of Social Development. It plays an important role, but if you limit us to one department, it means that our rights in all the other departments are ignored. Made sure that when we perform our advocacy, inclusion is across the board without leaving any sector behind. And then we looked at SDG, let's just get it, SDG 8. I guess this is relevant to this particular gathering where we talk about decent work and economic growth. We cannot achieve that if we exclude 15% of a population such as the populations that we have in our countries. 15% or 16% according to the World Health Organization are people with disabilities. We can forget about achieving those because we can't achieve those without 16% of the population participating in economic growth. There were some studies that were done actually to show the economic power that people with disabilities bring to the economy. And if we combine our relatives, our partners, like all the partners that are in this room who support and advocate for inclusion, then the number goes beyond just 16%. It goes to many, many people that we could potentially exclude from the economy. On quality education, this is a subject matter which is close to my heart because we actually had to intervene here in South Africa, where we went to different provinces just looking at how people with disabilities were being accommodated in inclusive schools. It was that in one school, people with disabilities actually passed their examinations. But the teachers said, look, we had to fail them, to use their word. We had to fail them because there was no progression for them to go into secondary school and in order for them to go into university. So in order for them to be able to come to school and for them to be able to have meals at school, we had to fail them so that they could continue in the lower grades. So there we have a lot of work to do. Policy to practice is only now as South Africa that we are now domesticating the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. And we're not there yet. The bill is being drafted. I know it because we are part of the process. But we don't have an act of parliament that talks about the rights of people with disabilities yet. Yes, agreed, we find disability in various pieces of legislation, but that's not adequate. That's not what we committed to. What we committed to is to implement and to domesticate the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, but also now the Africa Disability Protocol itself, which is now, which we ratified and is now legally enforceable. So we talk about the African Renaissance. We cannot achieve the goal of African Renaissance by excluding others. I think that inclusion is a theme that should cut across all the themes that we promote as a country and as a continent. And I'm very happy to be invited to this particular event. I was reminding Dr. Thomas Ongolo that at one point when we were in Banjul, we actually shared roles. So instead of me standing up and talking about disability, you stood up and talked about disability, and we spoke about the rights of LGBT people. And people were very, very confused as to, now, who is who here? So that way we were able to promote each other's agenda. I think what that means is, let this not be a talk shop. From the disability movement, we are ready to cooperate. We are ready to build partnerships. We are ready to ensure that the experience that we have gathered over the past 40 years is also shared with all the movements that are in this room. The LGBTQI people, as well as the faith leaders, the church leaders that spoke yesterday. I was particularly interested with the indigenous knowledge systems, the people that also spoke yesterday. We grew up because we were being treated by traditional healers. And we want to form formal cooperation and partnership with these sectors. So, let me complete by saying we have a long way to go. Yes, we may have acts of parliaments, we may have policies, we may have all the agendas that have been put or that we fight for together. Remember, there is an even bigger agenda of making sure that these are implemented. And usually, when we go to governments, they will say, look, we know what you want, but we just don't know how to implement it. We don't know how to incorporate it in our plans. We don't have budgets, but we don't know how to even budget for your participation. So let us work together to make sure that the rights of our movements are not only respected, they are mainstreamed, and they are incorporated into the active programs of government, because government is the main duty bearer, but also in the programs of our corporate world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dube. Appreciate that keynote address. And once again, it speaks to the collaboration and the co-conspirators. Yeah? And the core of it is, how do we advance each other's agendas? How do we take on each other's agendas? And in the spaces that we occupy, we advance that agenda. One of the panelists a bit earlier on was speaking about derogatory terms and names that would be thrown around during conversations. Are you the person to say, not next to me, this is not going to happen? I put an end to that and I say, stop it. Because there is the learning and unlearning that needs to happen. But I really do take your point. How do we advance each other's agenda? Please put your hands together for Kudo Kwashe at Dube. All right, we're going to start our panel discussion. Just another reminder again that we are streaming this event live on our YouTube page. That is the Modern Centric Holdings YouTube page. It is being streamed live. And after the live recording, of course, there's going to be a recording, and you can go and view that recording and again go through some of the lessons that are being shared with us this morning. We're going to start off with our Beyond Inclusion, Building Economies of Belonging for Persons with Disabilities conversation. And that conversation will be moderated by Dr. Thomas Ongolo, as you just heard Mr. Dube speak about him. So the Senior Advisor, the German Agency for International Cooperation. Joining him on the podium is going to be Nonhlanhla Mtishwa from the University of Johannesburg, Senior Manager for Supply Chain. Hlengiwe Vilakazi, Modern Centric General Manager for Modern Centric. Please come and join us on the stage as well. And then we have Kudu Mbeda, who's a representative of the United Nations Resident Coordinators Office. And with that said as well, let me just quickly share this with you. So earlier on, I spoke about Modern Centric being the official sponsor for this event, but there are other people as well who have said, how can we help? And how can we journey with you? And those include BitTravel and all its subsidiaries, the Document Warehouse, who are also our proud sponsors, and the United Nations Population Fund, which are also sponsoring or sponsored the gala dinner last night, as well as the proud sponsor of this disability segment. So do enjoy the conversation, and let's continue to have critical conversations around this. There we have Dr. Ongolo, who is setting up, and then the conversation will start.
Just take it off for me.
Thank you, thank you. Once again, give them a round of applause. I think that was a good... I think I liked the dance. Especially that song that reminded me of a good old song. Jambo, eh? That was a good one, eh? Because this particular summit is this particular conference is being streamed and across Africa. So I'd like to say salam to everyone, assalamu alaikum. For those who come from the Lusophone countries, I say bon dia. And for the Francophones, I'd like to say bonjour. And lastly, for the Swahili phones, I say shukran jambo. This is a very important topic which we are now moving on to. It's more about praxis. Yeah, we have talked the talk and want to understand, I mean, yes, what happens after having this particular interesting conversation? And how do we actualize? How do we build these economies, especially towards inclusion for persons with disability? And I've got distinguished three panelists that will share with us in moving this conversation. And I would be very keen because when I was listening in the morning, it reminded me many years ago when I was a young boy and being blind, there was always this feeling that if you're prayed for, then you'll get back your sight. And verily, verily, I tell unto you, I did get my vision back. Did you hear what I said? Vision. It's different from sight. And that vision made me scale heights which I've never understood. I've been to the length and breadth of this continent, spoken Arabic in Libya and wriggled through in Senegal and talked my way in Swahili in Tanzania. And having gone almost to 35 African countries, I do appreciate the power of solidarity and synergy of working together. Tell me now, I want to start with Nandlanta. Coming from the university, and especially from that setup, I believe it's not just an issue of SDGs, which we have been talking about in the morning, but how do you think that the university being a center of excellence, a hub, how do you think that hub that you have within the university, what is this that the university being the hub can help in making change, especially to persons with disability?
Thank you so much for that question, and good afternoon to everyone, ladies and gentlemen that are with us today. You know, universities as centers of excellence and also institutions of higher learning, I think there's a lot that we could do. So I come from the University of Johannesburg, and one of our values that we've recently launched talks on inclusivity, which Mr. Dube also touched on. And as the university, we have become very intentional in terms of practicing, walking the talk, in terms of supporting our SMMEs in particular. So one of the areas that I focus in is the area of SMME development. This year alone, I've partnered with the team from Modern Centric to train and provide development, training programs for people living with disability. We got 20 students that we put in through our program that we have, that supports SMMEs. And I think that's the way that we could, and I truly hope that other institutions of higher learning as well that have got these platforms could really tap into such so that we help, those that, that are unable to. So as the university, one of the things then that we've done is to put them into training and ensure that they compete with the rest and compete with able-bodied people. We do not discriminate. We take them through the same processes that we do with the rest of the other entrepreneurs. And I must say that out of the 20 SMMEs that have been part of our program as well. They were one of the ones that excelled. As a result, few of those we're putting through mentorship. So those are the things that we could do, you know, as institutions of higher learning in terms of supporting, you know, these, you know, SMMEs. And I think, you know, one of the other areas that I always talk to is us having, you know, segment a certain spend, you know, from our procurement spend, for example. Ring fence, you know, amounts that we could put and allocate specifically for, you know, for SMMEs that are living with disability so that they can also compete, you know, with the rest of other SMMEs and be given, you know, opportunities. So that's how universities should actually, you know, continue in terms of supporting people living with disability in the SMME space. Thank you.
Do you have any procurement innovations that you guys have been able to introduce, which has been able to shift the whole issue around empowerment?
There's quite a lot, you know, that we do with our SMMEs in terms of partnering. There's lots of collaborations that we do within the institution with some of the innovative and incubation centers within the university, where we take them through the mentorships program and then, you know, take on whatever idea that they have and try and put that into reality and assist them, you know, hold their hands and take them through the processes, you know, with some of the engineering departments that we have within the university. So those are some of the initiatives that, you know, that we do have.
Thank you. Lengiwe, I mean, moving out of the academia, and I think we have seen that it's not just putting things on text, having them out there in policy. You coming from the civil society, you work and relate directly with persons who interface between poverty and the actual community. And in that interaction, how do you think the civil society, especially those who are close to those who are on the ground, how can we empower them so that they become not just dependent, but actual breadwinners?
Thanks, Doctor. Good evening to everyone. I think first and foremost, you know, when we talk about empowering, we talk about where does it all start. You know, most often, I know in one of my questions, there was a question about innovation, and I thought to myself, you know, most often when we talk about innovation, we talk about innovation being a choice. You know, we talk about innovation being an option, being something aspirational. But if we bring it home, let's imagine waking up every day without a job. You know, take it back home where every morning you wake up and there are no jobs because the education system is not fully accessible or accommodating. And because every bus, every taxi, every building, and every opportunity was designed without you in mind. Imagine having to survive in that kind of a situation. Now, that is what innovation is in this space. It is survival, literal survival. There we're talking hustle, we're talking resilience, we're talking one having to do what they need to do to eat. We're talking one having to do what they need to do to live and be seen. That is us not talking the kind of innovation that has to do with chasing what is new or what is exciting. It is survival-driven innovation that is overlooked. And that is where, even before we start talking about empowering, where does it all start? It starts with the innovation side of things. It starts with the accommodation side of things. Now, most innovations are extremely informal. There we talk about informal trading being one of the biggest ones. We talk about subsistence farming there, the backyard farming side of things. Now, even though there's these informal tradings that are happening and these people actually go to the point of being innovative enough to say, I'll start a farm in my backyard, it does not have to end there. That is where empowering comes in now, to say, where do we take this person the next step? What is the next step? How do we get them to the next step? So that we can have another thing, you're being able to also have a backyard that is a farm. You understand? So we're talking progression there. But until we start with the basics, we're never ever going to get to understanding how do we empower, because we never got to understand the crux of the problems. So in the society that we live in, informal as these tradings can be or businesses can be, many of the strategies that exist, many of these innovations that exist, they are informal, but they're still not accessible to all persons with disabilities. There's still physical barriers, there's still communication barriers, there's still cognitive barriers. Who's addressing those barriers for us to be able to make sure that everyone is included and not left behind? Now, I think more than anything, with all the limitations that we speak about, there's one thing in common: accessibility. Accessibility is the core of it. We need to tackle the structural barriers. We need to build the systems that allow the persons with disabilities to allow them to participate without limitations. Now, over and above that, both as corporate society and government, we need to make sure that we shift the narrative. I don't think in this day and age there's a person that is living with a disability that wants to be said, it's a person living with disability. It's persons with disabilities. Let's change the narrative. Let's now get to a point where, you know what, it's from charity to value. We're driving investment, not aid. Now, to civil society, it's no pity party. You understand? We're in 2025 now. It's no pity party. It's upliftment. It's empowerment. To the corporate side of things, we are not saying come into a space that is already there and a foundation that is already there and change what is already working within those spaces. Those people are in those spaces and they are experts in those spaces. Let's take what is working and make it better. Where there is nothing at all, let's work with them to create something that we know is going to leave them sustained. Now, there's also a point where when it comes to empowering, there's also an element of entitlement. But that's because we also condone it as corporate. When you're a corporate and we bring in the BBBE framework side of things and we say you're supporting an enterprise development beneficiary, how many of those enterprise beneficiaries of ours are actually businesses or companies owned by persons with disabilities? We always associate persons with disabilities with CSI, with socio-economic development. At what point are we going to be supporting persons with disabilities, their businesses, from an ED perspective, from an SD perspective, from a procurement perspective? Who's supporting those companies? And how many of them actually are there? Are we even aware how many of them are there? And where we are supporting these companies and we can see that there is no progress, what are we doing? You know, there was one company I used to work for, and I know there was a supply development, enterprise development beneficiary, That company never made profit. It was supported for a full 5 years. Every single year, money was just poured into the company. No one is questioning progression. No one is questioning what is actually happening from the operations side of things. Now, is it corporate doing justice to that company? It's not. We are just setting them up for failure. Now, when we want to include persons with disabilities, we need to understand the crux of the problems. Now, we heard just now that there's 16% of the population worldwide that are persons living with disabilities. Now, out of 100, that's literally only 16 people. You look at it from that perspective and you're thinking, 16 people is not a lot of people. But within that 16 people, there's dependents. There's a mother from the 16 who has 5 kids. That's 6 lives now being impacted just because of the systems and the barriers and the legislations and just total ignorance. So from a point of empowerment, we need to get to a point where as civil society, we work together, as corporate, we work together, but also as government as well. Sometimes we have the best intentions, Doctor, but legislation itself becomes a barrier.
I can't stop but also ask, Lingiwe, you've talked about innovations and from where you come from where you sit, modern-centric, you've had some innovations of you working with business, with civil society working with business to open up opportunity. And some of these have been very successful. Talking to business in this particular room, what are some of these models which somebody sitting in this room might say, this is a good way?
So we don't use a one-trick kind of a situation. You first identify what is the area that you want to make the most impact. Then you come up with a strategy to say, if I'm going to be focusing on an agricultural side of things for persons living with disabilities, how do I tackle that? Then we get to the point of the partnerships themselves. Who do you partner with? Now, we've got a whole lot of projects that run from an agricultural space. Firstly, there's misconceptions and myths that persons with disabilities cannot do farming. Where do we get that from? Now, who's driving transformation in that space? We come in as the modern centrics of this world and say, let's structure a project, a program that is not even CSI. Let's structure it from your skills development, and we leverage the enterprise development side of things and create an entire ecosystem. So we work with corporate to make sure that we create the ecosystems that we know are going to serve the communities.
Great. Now let's move to the UN system. And Akudu, I think you come from the UN system, and there is especially SDGs, and we've talked about SDG and the partnerships, and I think that's where the whole realm of sustainable development comes in, within the area of justice and development. How do you, from where you sit, from this UN system point of view, how do you localize this topic of inclusion and development? Sorry.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Kudu Mbeba from the UN Resident Coordinator's Office. My role in there is to work with inclusion, mainly on the people with disability, persons with disabilities. So, Prof, what we are doing now from the UN system is to converge all the approaches and the efforts that have been done with all the other agencies in the country to work as one UN system framework. So we're taking the CRPD, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, we're localizing it. And in that way, we know that it has been ratified by the government, so, and we've got the white paper as well on persons with disabilities. So based on that, that's when then we're going to go down into to the level of localizing it, taking all the key principles of the CRPD. The CRPD has got 8 key principles, starting with respect and all the way to involving children with disabilities. So currently my role, or the role of the UN, is to make sure that we converge all the activities that are done by our agencies, from UNDP, UNF Population Fund, to make sure that we work in tandem and so that we can make impact. We know that our agencies are doing these bits and pieces of that, but we're not making sure that we measure that impact, but that's where we come in. Localizing it in terms of, we've got our disability strategy, which we're starting to implement as we speak, and that strategy speaks about strategic management on how we're going to work within our programs. How do we make sure that we include persons with disability in all our programming? That's strategic management. And we also talk about team building, making sure that we, within our the system, UN system, we work together. Previously, it was something else that we were not working in tandem, we're not unified, but now our strategy on disability inclusion says we have to be comprehensive in terms of what we're doing. The main aspect of that strategy talks about mainstreaming. Mainstreaming, working with other aspects, other measures, which include gender equality, because the problem is, or the challenge could be that you've got a woman who's black and with a disability. That's a nexus that we need to work with, around. So mainstreaming means we include all of that, we put disability in the forefront. We get corporates to itemize inclusion and disability within the boardrooms, so that we talk about that. We're not talking about it, but we just preparing, circling it. We have to talk about it. It has to be in the boardrooms. Boards have to talk about it. What is inclusion? What is disability? How do we support people with disabilities? It has always to be in the agenda of the boardrooms, and that's our role. Strategic planning in terms of our programming and projects. How do we support people with persons with disabilities when we implementing projects on the ground? Are we mainstreaming them? Are we thinking of them? Because you can plan your program or project, but if you're not inclusive of people with disabilities, then you're going to miss out on that part. In this country, the statistics are saying we've got about 7.5 million people with disabilities, and visual impairment is number one. So we need to get to that level. How do we then structure our programs to deal with people with visual impairments in our programming? And also thorough stakeholder engagement. We can't do this on our own. Obviously, and we're looking at that part where we're saying it's not going to happen if we do not include people with disabilities, and we cannot talk about people with disabilities without them. We have to be included. So that's our thorough stakeholder engagement, and we're going to work with a whole lot of CSOs dealing with people with disabilities, so that when we implement our programs, they are part and parcel of it. Kudakwaja spoke about efforts that he's involved in terms of, I think, the white paper, and I spoke to him. We're going to be involving him as well. So the role that we're going to play as UN is to ensure that we are inclusive of all the stakeholders when we implement our programs. And also, that also will go into financing. Maybe you're still coming to financing.
Thank you very much. I think one position which the UN system holds is that you are strategically positioned, especially to leverage finance. How do you think, for us to have more sustainable inclusion and development initiatives, what do you think the UN system can be able to do to open up all these opportunities, especially in reference to something which is akin to the Beijing Declaration, something which we called in 2025 Amman-Berlin Declaration? How can we leverage this financing?
Thank you, Prof. My colleague spoke about accessibility. And I think that's the key from our perspective. Accessibility of all these funding mechanisms that we've got within the UN If you go to our website, we've got a whole lot of funding mechanisms. UN partnership for persons with disabilities. There's a multi-partner trust fund. There's a voluntary fund on disability. There's global disaster fund, disability fund. But those are at high level. What we need to do is to bring them down to the local level and localize them so that people with disabilities can be able to access that. What we're planning to do is making sure that on top of facilitating the boardroom discussions on inclusion for people with disabilities, we have to have accessibility workshops like this. We call on all our agencies within the UN system so that we have these workshops, localize them, invite people with disabilities so that these funding mechanisms can be closer to the people, not on the internet only, but closer to the people, and we making sure that we target the right persons. Accessibility, it's number one. Also, if you look at the white paper on persons with disability in the country, it talks about the first principle, it's accessibility and universal design. So accessibility is a key factor that we're going to work on. The other aspect is we're going to evaluate our supply chain processes. How are they inclusive or exclusive of persons with disabilities? We're going to look at that. The other aspect is evaluating our funding criteria. That also includes our HR systems, IT systems, so that are they inclusive enough so that people with disabilities can be able to get into that space. Furthermore, engagement and coordination. We're thinking that from that level, when we're bringing in all our agencies to the local level, so that our people with disabilities can be able to access the funding opportunities that are in there. There's quite a lot of them. But the thing is, they're at the high level. We need to bring them down to the level where persons with disabilities can be able to access them.
Thank you very much. I think your last remarks, let's start from the beginning. Closest to me. Can you make your last remarks? 30 seconds?
Thank you, Doc. Yeah. I think for me, we really need to be intentional in terms of supporting people with disabilities and move away from the discrimination that we still see. A lot of awareness, and I think sessions like these, they also open us up in terms of getting to understand people living with disability. And I think it's important as corporates, as institutions of higher learning as well, to be intentional and deliberate about, working with people with disabilities and also assist them, as much as we can. Access to funding is also one of the key aspects that we really need to look into. And as I've mentioned earlier, that as the university, these are some of the initiatives that we're looking at, particularly in the procurement space, where we segment a certain portion of money, and we become intentional about us focusing or sourcing only from people that that are disabled, in supporting them, and because that will also contribute to the economy of the country. So I think for me, those would be my closing remarks, that we need to support, and I think corporates need to be involved. We really need to walk the talk.
Thank you. Lingiwe, 30 seconds.
30 seconds, closing remarks. We need to reframe persons with disabilities as valuable economic contributors, not as dependents and not as beneficiaries and not as breadwinners, as valuable economic contributors, so they can gain the confidence that what they bring to the table matters, what they bring to the table is valued, what they bring to the table is seen. Build that confidence. Again, we need to give credit where it's due. Corporate is doing its best. Corporate is doing what it can. Corporate also needs support. Civil society needs support. Government needs support. How do we get together into the same room and speak one tune? Most importantly, let's give credit where it's due, guys. Corporate does do what it needs to do. I'm hoping that next year, this time, we won't be sitting trying to address the problems that we still have 30 years plus later. We are coming with solutions. We actually should have solutions now. Next year, we're coming with great stories that we need to tell. Leaders come back with stories to say, last year after this conference, we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we left a particular group empowered in this particular way. Let there be action and let there be progression.
Thank you. Could you, 30 seconds?
Right, thank you, Prof. From us, the takeaway here would be breaking down all those barriers so that we can have access. Accessibility can be opened for persons with disabilities. That's key for us. We can talk about the other things, but accessibility, making sure that persons with disabilities can access those mechanisms that will make sure that they move forward and those barriers are broken down. From us, from the side of UN system, we want to start from there, breaking down those barriers that are making it difficult for persons with disabilities to get into various fields. And from our side, that's what we're going to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think we are really, really time pressed. We wanted to open the floor, but I'm being told that, with your indulgence, that to give them a round of applause. Thank you very much for the panel. Thank you very much.
Well, let's put our hands together once again for our panelists there. Nonhlanhla Mtishwa, University of Johannesburg Senior Supply Manager, or Senior Manager for Supply Chain. Hlengwe Vilakazi, Modern Centric General Manager for Modern Centric, and also Kudu Mbete, who's a representative of the United Nations Resident Coordinators Office. Thank you so much for the conversation. And Dr. Thomas Ongolo, you can come and take my job. Yes, no, you can come and take my job. I'll sit down. With that said, I'd like to now introduce, it's an interactive moment that we're going to have now with Vandana. Vandana, are you here? Okay, there she is. Vandana Sadgur is the MD for ESG Studio Share. So she's going to explain to us what exactly it is that we need to do. Please do get your phones out and make sure that, always emphasize this, that those smudged lenses must be clean. Come forward.
Hi, everybody. Hello. Hi. Hi, everybody. I'm excited to share a bit with you from just interactive way how we can prepare for kind of what are the priorities we want to prepare for next year, and also underline what is important to us now for our communities from that perspective. So we're going to do a bit of a method. The methodology that we're going to follow right now is called essentially working with what is material for our organizations. And we want it to come from you guys, from the ground up. We don't want to be making any assumptions, or in the work that I do from a sustainability perspective, greenwashing, or speaking on behalf of communities that when we should be working with you. So from that perspective, what happened? Sleep mode? Oh. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, guys. Hello, sorry about that. That was technology doing its thing. Okay, so we're going to be online shortly. And yeah, so essentially the exercise I'm going to take you guys through right now is called a materiality assessment. And what this is going to look at is what are the material topics that we've discussed over the past 2 days that we want to prioritize for next year, and where will that fit in as part of our priorities. So on the screen, if I can please ask that you scan the QR code. We have we have about 6 people on. I can see the numbers growing, so the more on here, the better. If you can't scan, you can go to www.menti.com and enter the code 3730-6259. We've got about 7 people so far on. And then just let's get to know each other quickly from the room. If you haven't already outside, maybe you can share a bit about where you come from and which area you guys represent. So we've got about 17% of the people from HR and transformational professionals, corporate leaders. We've got the NGO communities here, the LGBTQ plus communities, about 13% in the room, 18. Okay, as you can see, the numbers are growing. So please, let's show our representation. Sorry, I missed that. The QR code. The QR code, if you can flight it, alternatively, you can join at menti.com, which is menti.com, and then you can use 3730-6259. Are we there? If that's not working, you good? Okay. Yeah, the code is 3730-6259. Okay, cool. So if everybody looks on their phones from the QR code that you can scan over here on your on your bottom right corner as well, you'll find there's questions related to these initiatives that we need to prioritize, both by essentially highlighting how important they are to you as an individual of that community, but also how important it is to your stakeholders, be it civil society, be it stakeholders in corporate, be it your governments. How important is the topic of inclusion and belonging? And out of 10, if you can rate it for yourself as well as for your different stakeholders. And what we will see is how this is plotted and prioritized live by you guys on our assessment here. So what we are seeing is partnerships and policy advocacy is quite important. And I'd like to focus essentially in that top right quadrant that is coming up now. This is the topics of priority. But when we rate these topics, let's also consider, for ourselves how important it is to us, but also knowing the communities we come from, where those gaps are, and knowing if there is laggards in that space. Let our ratings be reflective of that so we can improve. But essentially, the top 3 that I'm seeing right now is policy advocacy, partnerships, gender and intersectionality, as well as skills development. So we'll take a deep dive into that, but please continue your ratings. And yeah, go through all of the 10 topics if you can. Cool. We've got about 24 responses and 61 people online. So I'll give you guys a few minutes, but yeah. Then essentially, when we consider the topics that we've just rated and its score of importance for us, but also for our various stakeholders, are you able to share 3 of the most important topics we should be prioritizing for our next summit? And you can drag and drop that in your top 3. So what is highlighting right now is inclusion and belonging, gender and intersectionality, and cultural competence. Those are our top 3 so far. Interestingly, workplace equality has just bumped up to number 2. We got skills development back at number 2. And inclusion and belonging still leads. Perfect. So thank you so much, everybody. I think we can all share that these are all the sentiments that we've learned today together, as well as over the past 2 days. And I look forward to sharing more of this information and insights in detail in our impact report of the back of the summit. So thank you. Bye.
All right, so I hope that you enjoyed that, and I hope that that is going to inform what happens next year at the I Am Me Summit, because nami ngizoba ngikhona ngithi Zach, angeke ningishiye. Noma masiya orkanti. Okay, can I now call on Tobeka, Sizana, as well as Mariana to come and join me here on stage. So they will look at the United Nations Breakaway session, where they're going to be speaking to us about some of the work that they're currently doing, and that will bring us closer to the end of today's program.
Hello, everybody. Can you wave so I can see all of you? Okay, hi. I'd like to introduce myself first. My name is Tobeka Nomondemtetwa. I am a disability rights activist. I'm with the National Disability Sector of the SANAC Civil Society Forum. I am also the coordinator for the South African National Council for the Blind. Yeah, and I'm the founder of See Me Foundation. How ironic. Okay, so today, first before I start, I just want to say I'm so happy that the likes of Dr. Thomas Ongolo are here, and he didn't see me walk up because he would have shouted at me because of my mobility skills. I know they're terrible, because I'm sure you saw how he walked fast. Yeah, okay, so... Yeah, so okay, I'm going to look everywhere, so if I have my eyes on you, you're going to win the lottery soon, so I hope you're all relaxed. Alrighty, so, okay. I've got my colleagues here. I'll allow them to introduce themselves as well, and then we commence.
So, good afternoon, everybody. It's really a pleasure for me to be here today with you. My name is Mariana Gomes Neto. I work for OHCHR, that is the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, part of the UN. And I work on gender, disability, and accountability. So I think that it was really great that we've been invited today to share a little bit of the work and the principles that we represent. and then I'll stop here and hand it over to Sisiwe.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends. My name is Siziwe Jongi Zulu. I'm from the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA. I work on gender, disability inclusion, and we work with young people in all their diversity. Thank you.
Yes, so let's jump right into it. I'll turn and face them and face you at times as well. Okay, so I'll start on my right here. I think our session here is about a very important topic that is always often thrown around, but no one truly understands what it means and what the commitments are behind that statement of leaving nobody behind. So I want to ask you to say, in terms of the 2030 agenda, and the promise on the 2030 agenda of leaving no one behind, how does that apply to persons with disabilities? And also, I just want to also ask that now, which key indicators should we then track to see whether persons with disabilities are included in the Sustainable Development Agenda and goals? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I quickly will say a few words about the LNOB. The leaving no one behind. As you know, member states have committed with the 2030 agenda to leave no one behind and to reach those that are furthest behind first. So what does that mean? It's not only about reaching those that are most poor first. No, it's actually about looking at discrimination, about equality. So it's also about really mapping what are the root causes for this inequality. So this is what we do at the UN, for instance, when we do our planning and we develop our projects and we identify our partnerships, is looking at who are the groups within society that are basically most vulnerable and what can we do to contribute to alleviating some of the suffering. So what we also focus on is on participation. I think that is very important. It's not just about participation, it's about meaningful participation. So making sure that you empower the community so that they actually have a seat, an effective seat at the table. So in our planning, we look at indeed identifying those groups. It's also looking at the root causes. What are the things that we can, as UN, add to the work that civil society is already doing? And then, of course, trying to be as efficient as possible with the little means that we have. As you know, we have, as UN, we are also facing a lot of cuts, but I guess the same goes for civil society as well. Everybody's struggling for little resources, so we don't want to duplicate. We want to see what is the added value of the UN in the space. So we work together very closely with civil societies, with national human rights institutions, with OPDs. And yeah, I think that in that sense, I mean, UN has a role to play, but of course it's very much a support role. So we really think that that part on participation, inclusion, that is very, very relevant in this discussion. Maybe I'll leave the discussion on the indicators here for now, but I think Sisiwe can maybe come back to that later as well.
All right, thank you. Now I'm with you, Sisiwe. Okay, so for the UN in South Africa, what does leaving nobody behind look like for the UN in South Africa? That's the first question. Then I'll just link it with the tail end of the other question. Is that in terms of South Africa, obviously we know through what the work of the UN has been in the country as a supporting partner for civil society at times. So we want to know, from your perspective, what does leaving nobody behind in South Africa look like, and especially with persons with disabilities as well? As a concept, what does it look like?
Thank you so much. The work of the UN in trying to leave no one behind and also ensuring that we reach the furthest phase is looking at some of the elements and some of the groups that we may leave behind with our programming. That starts from our United Nations Strategic Cooperation Framework, which is our guiding framework for programming. So that framework is linked with government's priorities. For example, at the moment, we are trying to put together the new cooperation framework, which is linked and aligned to the government priorities. So for us, leaving no one behind looks at various issues that we look at collectively as a UN in South Africa. One of the issues we look at is gender, we look at age, we look at culture, we look at ethnicity, race, language, disability, religion, location, migration, refugee and displacement status, key populations, socioeconomic status, and related factors. And these factors also include HIV and AIDS. So we work with various groups, including sex workers, to ensure that they are not left behind. So it's all a matter of inclusion, and there are various groups that are really at a risk of being left behind if we don't plan properly. And as the UN also, we also look at young people and ensure that they are not left behind. So there has been various consultations that have been managed to inform the new cooperation framework. And these groups that were consulted, they include civil society sector in South Africa. As you know that we have a vibrant civil society sector in South Africa. So they have been consulted in the new cooperation framework, young people, women, and so on and so on. So these are the groups that we don't want to leave behind when we are developing this framework, just to ensure that it also speaks to the needs on the ground and ensure that no one is left behind.
All right, thank you, thank you. So now we move on to planning, program implementation, as well as evaluation. So now I'm going to ask you a question. The question is, which significant UN-led intervention that you can mention for us, or interventions that you can mention to us that championed disability inclusion?
Thank you. I'm looking at my colleague, but I think I'll start, and then Sisiwe can complement.
Okay.
So, as OHCHR, what we really focus on is the implementation of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So what we've been doing over the years is also to assist both government as well as CSOs and the National Human Rights Commission to really be engaging with the committee that oversees the implementation of this convention. So since 2007, if I'm not mistaken, South Africa has ratified the convention. And at that time, we've been assisting them to domesticate it. So now there is a draft legislation that has been presented. So as a UN, we've also been providing technical guidance on how to best domesticate it, to make sure that no one is left behind. Issues like intersectional issues, climate change, is it well reflected in the new legislation? What about issues related to gender? Are they strong enough in the current legislation? I mean, we have, of course, as UN, we've been looking at best practices from other countries, but at the same time, we've also been working with civil society, with SADA, for instance, South Africa Disability Alliance, to really make sure that they fully grasp what the convention is actually meant for. Then what we've also been doing, I mean, we look externally, right? But also within the UN, it's also a big organization. We have our own disability inclusion strategy. For that, we are also looking, okay, how can we better involve persons with disabilities in our programming from the very onset? And Sisiwe already mentioned it quickly, but we've done various consultations with OPDs to also understand what is the need. What are we missing? Where are the black holes in our programming? And I think that, I mean, these are just few examples. I think one last thing that I can mention, together with ILO, that's another organization that is not represented here today, but we have been working with them on disability inclusion in climate action, which is very much a niche thing, but it means, you know, empowering OPDs, really seeing, okay, what are the regulatory frameworks? How can we better protect the rights of persons with disability in climate action? And that is very technical, I think for most of us, but making sure that they are able to raise their voices and giving them also basically as a facilitator with the government in a way. I think that is also some of the work that we've been doing over the last couple of years. Maybe I hand it to Sisiwe if she wants to add.
Thank you so much. I'm going to add the International Women's Day. I'm going to just highlight a few issues that are facing women. For example, we know significant barriers to accessing sexual and reproductive health, as well as information, education, and services that women sometimes are denied these services. And we know that women with disabilities are 10 times likely to experience gender-based violence. And for women with disabilities, they also have a specific challenging accessing SRH services, and they are routinely denied the right to autonomy. They are also experiencing forced sterilization in some contexts, forced contraception, denial of contraceptions, and also forced procedures to control menstruation, as well as removal of the children from their custody. And these are the issues that we continue to champion to ensure that this inclusive agenda is achieved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think before I move to the last question, because it'll just speak to what I'm about to mention now, I think for everyone in this room, if everyone can just grab this, if anything that we have discussed today, if one thing must stick, is that disability is often man-made. We all have impairments. Now, I think before this, there was a setup. I'll just make a practical example. Before there was a setup here, I could have, maybe a person who uses a wheelchair could have not been able to climb up. But because there was a ramp that was built in, that makes the person be able to independently come up here, with my exception, of course, and my mobility skills. So I think also, so in that same light, the difference between a person with a disability receiving health care and not receiving health care, for a person with a physical disability, could just be a ramp. So that's how we should look at such issues. And then there's also something that a speaker, I think it was Mr. Dube, mentioned, that inclusion does not mean involvement. So we would not see these challenges that people with disabilities experience had we truly understood what inclusion means and implement it and see it in practice. Where before, like simple stuff, before you even build a structure, you assess it in terms of universal accessibility standards to see would this be fully accessible for a person with a disability. Even in service provision, you make sure that you plan from the onset that as I plan this program, I'm not gonna rope people with disabilities on at the tail end. No, let me plan with disability in mind from the beginning. So if that can stick with everyone, I think we'll leave here much greater. So lastly, the last question I'm going to ask, and I'll pose it to both of you, I think maybe you'll answer it from different perspectives, is that how can human rights organizations and civil society collaborate with the United Nations in terms of realizing true accessibility, true inclusion for persons with disabilities?
Okay, thank you for that. We build our programs from the cooperation framework, which is the overarching framework that guides our programming. We build these programs with persons with disabilities. We co-create the interventions with them. We co-create, we work with them on planning, we work with them on the actual implementation as well as the evaluation. I'm just gonna tap into young people, which is the specific mandate of UNFPA. We have been engaging young people in planning, and they have been giving us critical information about our programs, starting from our name, United Nations Population Fund. They gave us feedback on the name, our programs, and for planning, we work with them on planning, and we ensure that they are part of the co-creation, building the country program, which is a 5-year program, which we build with them. And that program is informed by the cooperation framework, what the cooperation framework is trying to achieve in South Africa. And they are also part of the evaluation of our programs, and that has also helped us to improve over time. We are currently building the 6th country program, and in that country program, again, we have youth-serving organizations, and we have young people that are building the program with us. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have too much to add. I just wanted to say that what I take from this meeting as well is the importance of alliances, solidarity amongst the movement. I think it's a great example that was given LGBTIQ organizations standing up for persons with disabilities and vice versa, right? Because I think we're fighting in the end for the same things. So it's better, I mean, and I'm talking now from our own mandate, which it really looks at, for instance, engagement with human rights mechanisms. There, we always try to advocate for collaboration, joint reporting, joint alternative reports. We try to really emphasize the importance of cross-cutting issues, intersectional issues. So there also we try to foster that. We try to encourage it, but of course we would like to be part of it as well. So I think we're really standing here by your side, and I mean it really depends on the requests that are coming our way. We try to be we really try to respond to all the demands that are coming from our different mandates, and we're really looking forward to a very nice collaboration in the future with all of you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, no, thank you so much. If there are any questions, we'll allow. Just a few questions, if there are any questions for our panelists. I'll just look and see who I can who I can get. Are there any questions? Okay. Someone can ask.
Okay, there's a question right at the back. If we can quickly get a mic, right to the back over there.
Hi everyone, thank you for all the information that you've provided. I think what would be really cool is a practical example of what it looks like to kick off the work of working with you, or to be able to contact you and start conversations and kick off projects, or be able to leverage the existing projects that are running. I really liked what you said about the project that you're working on for women. And I couldn't help but imagine what that would look like if the PWD organizations in the room were able to be part of that project from a female PWD perspective, and then the LGBTQ plus community is able to then get involved from a female sort of lesbian perspective, and then also from a trans woman perspective. Thank you.
We are available to engage, but also the organizers, they have our contacts. I think that would be the short answer that I would provide. But during lunch, we can engage and share contacts. Thanks.
All right, thank you for the question. I don't see anyone else. I would just like to say thank you to all the sponsors of this event, everyone who has played a part in making this summit possible. It really warms my heart to find so many persons with disabilities in a setup, because we often are left behind. Yeah. So it's very heartwarming. Actually, it's the first time, really. I'm often sometimes the only disabled person, or maybe there's 5 of us in such setups. So really, thank you so much to everyone for coming today and for making today possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Once again, can we put our hands together for Mariana Sizio as well as Litabo. Important conversations, and a reminder that we are streaming this event live on our YouTube page, so you can go onto the Modern Centric Holdings YouTube page and find the recordings there and share it as widely as possible. And just another reminder as well that this segment, the disability segment, is proudly sponsored by the United Nations Population Fund, which also sponsored our gala dinner last night. And the food was amazing. The food was amazing. Siziwe just threw in the lunchtime there. I don't know if you picked that up. So during networking, while she is eating, she's inviting you to come and have a conversation with her. So let the networking begin. With that said, let's quickly get our closing remarks now. We're going to get the summit closing remarks from Bettina Scala, who is the president of the World Employment Federation, to please come and join us on stage, and also a member of the IME Advisory Board.
Thank you so much. And dear friends, no, I don't want this to be finished. I really don't. But we have to, all good things come to an end. But now, how do you close such a summit? Such an amazing day, and actually such great 2 days, because many of you have been with us, of course, over those 2 days. So, Aldrin actually had something in mind which might look familiar to you, because I wanted to first feel the vibe in the room. And so I wanted to get from all of you, if you had a brilliant 2 days, raise both arms, please. Yes, I love it. If you walk away inspired, shout, I am me. I am me. I love it. And if you are aching to take this energy back to your companies, your families, your communities, your workplace, well, jump off your seat and run out. Okay, maybe not just now. So, in an attempt to do justice to those 2 days, allow me to take you back to some of the moments of those 2 days that, well, I am walking away with. Overall, first of all, it's that feeling of psychological safety and of trust. Incredibly precious, dear friends. I don't think I've been to many conferences, and I've been to many conferences, where we've been able to create that. Very unique. Then there's that sensation to have been part of something very special and to have found a new community. And that adds a new dimension to my sense of belonging. And then, of course, the gratitude towards Zakele, Revel, towards Ulrich, but also all of you, the sponsors, the team, the leaders, all the partners, well, the interpreters, amazing, the technicians, and the queens. The queens. Now, let me come to those wisdoms. Always listen to understand. Inclusion is not about involvement. It is about making a choice. Always unlearn and relearn. And the other. Amplify the alternative stories until they are normalized. And the ramp is not enough. We want the whole building. There were insights, so many insights. Talent is everywhere, opportunity is not. People with a disability and LGBTQIA+ are not special, and they do not need separate rights. In South Africa, most of us are black, poor, and with no property. We are us. Another insight is do not have the conversations about us without us. Let's all be a CIA, a Chief Impact Architect. And as a matter of fact, well, we need to be accomplices, co-conspirators, not allies. We need to plant seeds of hope and courage. And the next shift has to be from charity to value, from aid to investment. Disability is often man-made. Accessibility is key. And lastly, for me, but surely definitely not lastly, is God has a sense of humor. We are all different in how we connect with God, in how we connect with sexuality, in how we look. And if we were all the same, it would be chaos. Importantly, we're here these days not because we think alike, but because we share a vision. The vision, leave no one behind. Friends, thank you for being you and for sharing that with us. And so from now on, I can assure you I Am Me is forever part of my journey, and I can't wait to tell the world about it. Thank you. Thank you. Aldrich.
Right here behind you. Right here behind you. Thank you so much, Bettina Scholar. So as you heard there, if we were all the same, it would be chaos. Imagine all of this uniqueness. But here's another reminder as well. Your fingerprint, nobody else has that fingerprint. Do you know that nobody else has that fingerprint? How many people do we have in the world? Close to about 3 billion, somewhere there? Is it 7 billion? Oh, geez, 7 billion people. And out of that 7 billion people, no one has an identical fingerprint like yours. Absolutely no one. A motivational speaker once said that this is what you must always know, that you are an unrepeatable miracle. Even those who will come after you won't be exactly like you and won't have the same fingerprints. And that speaks to I am me. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, and for the individuals who identify as non-binary, thank you so much for being part of this summit that continues to grow. I'm going to call on our visionary, Zakhele Mkobozi, to come and join us on stage, as well as our I Am Me Advisory Board Chairperson to come and join us as well, Ulrich Nischke, to tell us what lies in store going forward, but also to say thank you once again. From me, Totsins, enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bettina. I think you summarized it perfectly. I will not add any things of my personal insights. I will share them on this beautiful Menti that Van showed us, because these commitments are key. And I think these commitments guide the way, and you have thematic areas you already oriented on us for IME 2026. That will be number 6 in this row, and I'm very excited to see that. My last thing would be to remind you, the ones who haven't been at the gala dinner last night, to remind you on the Global Impact Fund. And I now call it Global Impact Fund because we, Zakhele and our advisory board, under his guidance, we were saying we want to make this thing not just regional, we want to make this global. So, can I have a hand for that? That's a big vision and that's a big motivation, not just to stand here and come back regularly to South Africa, as we love to do, Bettina and myself, definitely. No, we are in your hands for that. And to make it happen, we really need your commitments into this impact fund. It's not for 2026, number 6 IME. It's for the ones who cannot participate. It's for the underserved communities. This impact fund is actually Zakhele's idea and Revel's idea for the foundation, and the foundation will host it. Yes, thank you. And the advisory board all of you present, we will be supporting the identification of very specific projects that come as applications to the advisory board, to the foundation. We are going to manage this together, brother, Revel. And then we will decide together what are the most vulnerable who deserve to be part of this movement and to benefit from it. So, as I said yesterday night, don't give me small envelopes. Give me big envelopes for the fund, because the fund will enable making a difference together. This is not just a talk shop. We heard that so many times here. This is about commitments. This is about making a difference together. And with that, thank you very much. I'm not keeping you away from lunch. I hand over to my brother, Sakele.
Whew. What a powerful 2 days. 3 events in 2 days. The first thing that I want to acknowledge, without my team, I don't think this was going to be possible. What you see behind is the work that took place the past few months, but especially the past 2 weeks, leaving the office at 4 o'clock in the morning, sleep 3 hours, and then we are in again. These are the people, not me. These are the people that made it possible. And I want to honor my team and I say, team, I love you. Ooh, I love you, I love you. I love my team. I love my team. To my leadership team, thank you, sis. In my absence, whilst we were running up and down, you made sure that the company does not fall. The company is still running, suppliers are still paid, salaries are paid, everything is done, and you made that possible with your team, and thank you for that. And I love you. To my partner, who's also reporting to me. Thank you for charging me. Always recharging me. Thank you for being my solar power. Thanks. Thank you. You always have my back. And you support me. Where I'm falling short, you are there. Thank you. To my advisory board, thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the direction. Thank you so much for being patient with me. Thank you. Thank you for believing in the mission. Thank you for believing in the IME movement. To my clients, thank you for making this possible. Thank you for believing in us. Thank you for always believing in us. I love you. And don't say this all the time, but I want to say it here because this is IME, I can say it. To my clients, I love you. And I mean it. And don't stop supporting us. We can't do this without you guys. We can't. Thank you guys. And to the dignitaries who are in this room, the international delegate who cross countries, continents, seas, thank you. I thank you. And to my mentor, Madam President, thank you for believing in me. Thank you. Chair, thank you for believing in me. As you guys fly back to your respective countries, take part of IME with you and don't leave it. This is a movement. I remember back a few years when I was in a back room with Rival, in a very, very tiny room, as small as this dance floor. And we said, one day, Rev, we're going to take this movement international. And it's international, it's global. We've got a global advisory board. And this is not just now a national summit, it's an international summit. And my biggest dream is to see this summit going to Canada, going to Germany, going to Switzerland. That's where it's going. And ask me a few years later, or after 5 years, we'll be singing a different story. Thanks to everybody that made it possible. And indeed, we said not about us without us. As you can see, representation was in this room. To the religious leaders, it's possible when you believe. I do remember one thing. We tried this 3 years ago, and religious leaders turned us down. They said we can't have such conversations in public. And it happened. It happened. So I want to say to everybody in this room, everyone sitting in this room, take one thing out. Anything is possible when you believe and when your intentions are pure. I'm going to say this again. Anything is possible when you believe and your intentions are pure. To the moderators, to the panelists, thank you so much for elevating this event. And to my brother, Aldrin, my twin brother, yes. I'm just the older version. I appreciate you. We've been walking this journey from day one in a local community hall, and look at where we are. And thank you for growing with us. To the technical team and everybody that made this possible, thank you so much. And see you at the 2026 I Am Me International Summit in Kaladina. Sizobonana, siyabonga.
With that said, that officially brings us to the end of the 2025 I Am Me International Summit. Go enjoy yourself and don't forget to network as well. Totsiens.